That one hurt. That one hurt bad. I'm trying to gain my composure so that I don't go on a bunch of rants. I'm not looking to do that today. I don't have the energy today to do all of the ranting and stuff. I mean, I got a gripe with three guys right now. Ron Rivera, I'm out of the car. I skipped the just taking the seatbelt off. I'm out of the car. I'm out of the car. Can I get a ride with somebody is the question at this point. Yeah, anybody going my way? I'm heading back the other way. I'm out of the whip. Can I get a ride with somebody? Stupid decision. And I kind of feel like it's him trying to get back for the one that he didn't throw against the Philadelphia Eagles when he didn't throw the challenge flag. Like, it's right in front of you, dude. You got 18 different looks at it. The officials were confused whether he caught it or not. They initially ruled it a catch. Then they ruled it incomplete. So you had time upstairs to look at it several times. It wasn't a catch. Anybody with two eyes could see that. What are you challenging for? And that challenge cost us a timeout that ultimately stopped us from having the ability to run the football down at the 2-yard line. Ron Rivera is not a good coach. Doesn't manage the game well. Just not smart. He's just not smart. He's not a smart head coach. And I saw some dumb coaching decisions find a way to earn their team a win today. Like the Chargers head coach decided to go for it on 4th and 2 from midfield in a 2-point game. They failed, and the Cleveland Browns had a field goal attempt with a chance to win, but the kicker missed, so the Chargers get away with it. That's a dumb decision by a head coach. But they got away with it. But we don't get away with shit like that. So Ron Rivera, I'm done with him. Scott Turner. I think he's the guy that I have the most vitriol for today because he made dumb decision after dumb decision after dumb decision after dumb decision after dumb decision today. It should have never come to a 4th and 1 from deep in your own territory, like the 25 or 30 or wherever the hell we were. If we don't get it, the Titans take over and they don't have to do anything at that point other than just not give it back to us. And we're going to lose the game. And so you get 2nd and 1. Okay, I don't mind you throwing it on 2nd and 1. I don't mind you throwing it, taking a shot. You have to come back and run it on 3rd and 1. He throws it again. That's the Cam Sims, catch, no catch. But what are you doing? Run the football. Get the first down. So we have to run it on 4th down. He got lucky that we converted it. What are you doing, dude? But the ultimate F you to Scott Turner is when we get down into the red zone, 2-yard line, whatever time was left, 19 seconds, it's 1st and goal from the 2. You got every play in the playbook available to you. Give me your best 2-point conversion play, which obviously Scott Turner doesn't have. You can run pick plays. Here's my thing. Okay. You got a 6'5" receiver in Cam Sims, right? This is what he's made for right here, right? Trips to one side, Cam Sims to the other side by himself, back shoulder fade or just a regular fade. Let him go up and get it, okay? This is why you have Cam Sims. We drafted Cole Turner for this exact reason. We kept talking about Cole Turner, 11 receiving touchdowns last year, led the nation for Nevada. We love his ability to go up and get the football. He's got the ability to high point the ball. We love him in the red zone. He's active for the first time this season. How about you come out, you empty the set, you put him in the slot, you send the guy on the outside in motion, right? If it's man-to-man, you go to Cole Turner, back shoulder fade, outside, end zone, quick plays. They don't take a lot of time. This is why you have Cole Turner. This is why you have Cam Sims. Not one single fade or back shoulder fade, not one single one-on-one, Terry, go get it, Curtis, go get it. Not one single one-on-one, let me see if my guy can win. We have a dunce for an offensive coordinator, an absolute dunce cap. Done with his ass too. And then there's Carson Wentz. And this was actually a really good game from Carson. And you know what? As upset as I am at the pick he threw at the end of the game, and as pissed off as I am that we lost this game, we had no business losing this game, and I'll get to the defense in a second. I put a lot of that on Scott Turner because he had nowhere to go with the football. And I'd love to see the all-22s to see if somebody was wide-ass open. But you can't throw a pick there, Carson, because guess what? We got another play, bro. We got one more snap. So you can't force it there. He wasn't even going to score if he caught that. That's the bet. Like, Carson, you got to be smarter than that. First of all, on the first down, that almost gets picked, and you're like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? We got 4 downs to win the game, and you're trying to give it away on first down with not a receiver in sight? Throw that ball into the second row. What are we doing here, man? Lucky that the defender was all out of bounds and shit. Like, dude, have some situational awareness. I'm done with his ass too. I at this point, I don't have patience for the incompetency. I'm done with all 3 of those dudes. Of course, we don't have a choice. You can be done all you want, but these 3 dudes are going to be showing up on Thursday night against the Bears. But I don't care to see them, period. And this actually wasn't a bad game from Wentz, as I mentioned. But in that moment, I need you to play your best football, and I need you to be smart enough to figure out how to get us in the end zone. Whether you got to use your legs, whether you got to scramble out, and I know you don't want to waste time and somebody uncover, you got to do. He tried to give it away not once, but twice, and ultimately gave it away on the second one. Remember, that wasn't 4th down. That wasn't 4th down. There was another snap to be had. You don't like what you see. You don't want to waste time. Throw it out of the back of the end zone, and you get one more snap for the game. Again, if J.D. McKissic catches that football, he is down short of the goal line, and we lose anyway. Where's the psychological sense in that? You need to wash your face and get your mind right. So I'm done with Wentz. I'm done with Scott Turner. I'm done with Ron Rivera. We're 1-4. The season is done. It's over. And again, we're still going to win 7 games more likely than not. This is the problem with having a team that has some talent. We're still going to win some games. We play the Bears next week. Look, I hope we lose the game. I hope we lose to the Bears next week because you're not going to get change unless this thing, and again, I hate rooting against my team. And I don't do it very often. I'm not looking to tank. But in order for change to take place, we can't be fumbling around 500 because nothing's going to get done. In order for us to find out if Sam Howell can actually play or not, we probably have to be bad enough to be eliminated so that they can skip Taylor Heineke and go straight to Sam Howell, right? And again, I don't think ultimately we're going to be in a position to draft any of the quarterbacks because, again, I still expect to win 7 games this season. But in a year where we were expecting to win double-digit games, in a year where we felt like we could compete, we thought we were going to be doing what the Giants were doing right now, in a year that we look up at everybody else and they're finding a way to get it done, and we're still running in place. Hell, we're moving backwards. I should say we're running in place. This is the shit we do every single year. Win the first game, lose the next 5. Last year we were 2-2. We lose 4 straight. So this is the shit that we do. You know, so at this point, I'm not surprised by it. I'm not surprised by this. I'm just disappointed. I'm just over it. As a fan, you get to a point where you get enough of these. This one hurt. I mean, this shit hurt. This shit hurt. Today, this shit hurt because we didn't lose to a team that was better than us today. I looked at the Titans. I said, man, they suck. They absolutely stink. They got nothing on offense. Their defense is hanging on by a thread. They stink. But you know what? We stink worse. And the one thing I went into the game saying, don't let Derrick Henry beat you. Anybody else, if Ryan Tannehill throws for 350 and 4 touchdowns, I just say, well, damn, I tip my cap to you, my guy. You did it with no real threat at wide receiver. I can't be mad. Oh, I can be, but I got to give you credit. And they let Derrick Henry damn near run for 100 yards in the first half. Dominated the game to the point where the Titans were able to stay where they needed to be within striking distance and then ultimately take the lead before the half. We really didn't have any defensive problems in the second half other than you gave up the one big throw. And then the red zone defense was abysmal today. As much as I want to give Jack Del Rio credit, when we needed stops in the red zone. And the Titans, this is why I'm so frustrated. They tried to self-destruct in this game. They tried their hardest. They wanted to lose. They get down there on a 3rd and 2, and they get a delay of game. They don't take a timeout. They don't do anything. They just take a 5-yard loss on 3rd and 2. And we still let them on 3rd and 7. No blitz, no pressure. We let Ryan Tannehill calmly sit back in the pocket and find a wide-ass open Austin Hooper for a first down. Look, they haven't shown the ability to beat anybody one-on-one anywhere across the field. Why aren't we manning up and go? Like, this is the perfect game for Jack Del Rio to lose his mind and blitz like his mind's gone bad. Perfect game to do that. Who's going to hurt you? Westbrook-Akina? Who is he going to kill us? Robert Woods, is he going to steal the show? Who's going to hurt you? Is it one of their 17 tight ends? They have no receivers. Make Ryan Tannehill beat you and make one of these receivers beat you. And if they do, then you have a problem. But no, we sit back in zone, like we play zone well, and give up the first down and ultimately the touchdown. You had a chance. When they got that delay of game, that was your chance to force them to settle for a field goal, not have to go and need a touchdown to win the game. They got in the red zone 3 times and scored on all 3 possessions. We get down there once and we can't get in the goddamn end zone. And again, a big part of that is we didn't have any timeouts. Why? Because our lame duck head coach decided to burn a timeout on a frivolous challenge that he knew he wasn't going to win. That's what bad football teams do. They work together in unison to cost you the game. Starts with the head coach. It bleeds down to the stinking ass offensive coordinator. And then all of that shit just resonates and permeates through the rest of the team, including your damn starting quarterback, who finds a way to F it up at the end. It's a frustrating end to a game that I thought they did everything that they needed to do to put themselves in this exact position to win, and they didn't do the things that I expected them to do when they needed to execute the most. I knew this was going to be a close game. Even with all the struggles the Titans have, all the injuries, I said this is going to be because we're not a good team. But I said they're ripe for the picking. They can't get after the quarterback. They still sacked Carson Wentz 3 times today, but they can't get after the quarterback. This wasn't a jailbreak like it had been the past 3 weeks. They can't get after the quarterback. They have no receivers to throw to. This is a game you got to find a way to win. But when you're poorly coached, we had a lot of penalties again today, undisciplined. Our center stinks. We got to get Nick Martin out of there, and we got to get Dax Milne off of punts and kickoffs. He's got to get off of special teams in general. He's killing us. Absolutely killing us. All of the good things that were done today overshadowed by the last 3 downs of the game. I want to talk about Montez Sweat. He was unblockable today. I want to talk about the D-line in general. F.A. Obata was outstanding. Montez Sweat, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen. These guys were fantastic. James Smith-Williams, they were outstanding. They dominated the Titans' offensive line. From the very first snap, they dominated. And all Jack had to do was add a little bit of help in late in the ball game on those critical 3rd downs. Just add a little help in the red zone on 3rd and 7. Nope. Gonna trust my 4-man rush. We're gonna play zone. Good luck with that. We get up 17-14. All I asked the defense to do, hey man, you're playing well. Give us the football back. We just scored a touchdown. We got a ton of momentum. Give us a chance, man. They didn't waste any time giving up the big ball to Westbrook-Akina. And then you get in the red zone, and again, you got a chance to get a stop, and you give up the touchdown. Again, that's what bad football teams do. Situationally, you don't find a way. The game is won and lost on 3rd downs and in the red zone. We were 1 of 11 on 3rd downs in this game. We didn't get our first 3rd down conversion until the final drive of the game with less than a minute to go. We're pathetic. Scott Turner is pathetic. De'Ami Brown, again, you want to talk about the great performances today. This is what they knew he was capable of. I kept trying to back all the people with the pitchfork and torches that said the kid couldn't catch and get him off the roster. I'm like, y'all chill out. Dude's a 2nd-year player. Y'all are tripping. I want to talk more about De'Ami Brown's performance today. But who wants to talk about that? Who wants to talk about Montez Sweat getting 2 sacks today? Who wants to talk about the dominant front performance by the D-line? Who wants to talk about any of that shit? You lost again. You lost again. And you had a golden opportunity to win. This organization makes me sick to my stomach, man. Sick to my stomach. You watched the Giants win earlier today, and I'm thinking that's a well-coached football team. They don't have as much talent as we do, but they're well-coached. Daniel Jones is throwing a football to Darius Slayton. Bellinger, the rookie tight end. These are the guys that he's relying on. And Saquon Barkley. They've literally got a 3-man unit right now, offensively. Bellinger, I don't even know if I could add in Darius Slayton because up until today, I think he was missing in action. But that's who was killing today. They don't. What I'm trying to say is they don't have a ton of guys. There's no Terry McLaurin. There's not even a Curtis Samuel on their team at receiver. We had our 4th receiver come off the bench and catch 2 touchdowns today. One-handed. That's the kind of depth we have. We don't have a garbage football team. But it's coached poorly. So we get garbage results. We had no business losing this football game. And I knew this game would go exactly the way that it went and that we would have a chance in the 4th quarter. I knew that. And there it was, right there, staring with an opportunity to win it right there with a touchdown. 2-yard line, 1st and goal from the 2. 19 seconds left. You just need 2 yards. You got no timeout, so you can't run it. But you got to have a play in there somewhere that'll get somebody open for a touchdown, right? Somewhere in there, right? I guess not. That's as disappointing a loss as I've experienced as a fan, probably because I don't think we had one of those last year. Last year was just a tough year. When we lost, we usually got our asses handed to us. It wasn't close. So, we won the close ones last year, the Giants game, the Falcons game. But, the ones that we lost, we pretty much got beat up on. There weren't many of these last year. This is probably the most hurtful loss until, back in 2020 when we lost to the Giants. The first time that was a soul-crushing loss there. When you go for 2 and you don't get it, that one hurt. There probably were 2. That Lions loss that year was a soul crusher. You battle all the way back, and Matthew Stafford gets them in field goal range in like 8 seconds, and they kick a game winner. That hurt. This one stings because you still had a chance to go have a season. You beat them, you go and beat Chicago, you get a little bit of momentum, you turn around, you beat Chicago next week, you're 3-3, and all of a sudden you're right back in the mix. I thought that, again, this is poor coaching. So they get Brian Robinson back, and they lose their damn minds, and Antonio Gibson becomes the forgotten man, right? They don't run it with Gibson at all for the most part today. They're force-feeding us Brian Robinson when you can clearly tell he's still a guy that's a work in progress. And I'm just saying, where's Antonio Gibson? You promised us when you had Gibson or Robinson back that Gibson would become a weapon. Where is he? We don't see him until the 3rd quarter. Like, he could have been catching those checkdowns all game long. Where has he been? What are you guys doing anyway? Seriously, what are you doing? Again, this is what happens when you're poorly coached. So it's a shame because what do? Ron's not getting fired, right? He's not going to fire Scott Turner. I could probably deal with Ron's incompetency if we got a better offensive coordinator, because then Ron's job becomes a lot easier because he's out of the way, because a better offensive coordinator gets this offense going. We've got enough talent. The offensive line was much better. I'm not sold on the offensive line because the Titans don't really pose the type of threat that teams that can get after. Like the Bears next week will pose a much tougher threat than the one we saw today. So I'm not quite sure the offensive line is quote unquote fixed. I'm not sure about that. I need to see them against an actual pass rushing unit that can get after the quarterback, which the Bears can't. I still think this offensive line has issues. I'd like to see Tyler Larson get in at center as well. The snaps weren't good today. He had a stupid penalty late in the ball game that hurt his hands to the face. I'd like to see them put Tyler Larson in there. But again, we'll see what happens. I'm not, at this point, I don't really care. I'm going to be honest with you. Whatever they decide to do, I don't really care. You're 1-4, man. You know, you're 1-4 and had ample opportunities to be 3-2 right now. But you're 1-4. Couldn't beat the Lions, couldn't beat the Titans, had a chance against Cooper Rush and the Cowboys last week. You find ways to lose instead of finding ways to win. And if when you do that, this is what you find yourself, doing 5 weeks in, talking about next year, talking about wanting to see a rookie quarterback, talking about how can we get ourselves a new coach, which isn't happening. You're stuck. We're stuck in purgatory. As fans, it's tough, man. It's tough to keep coming back and getting punched in the face. That's what it feels like. It feels like as a fan of this organization, you get punched in the face, you go home, you put ice on it, and a lot of you have given the analogy of being in an abusive relationship, and that's exactly what this is. They tell us after whooping our ass and damn near killing us, they tell us, I won't do it again. I'm sorry. I love you. And we know we should leave, but we always come back and we're not safe and we feel like we're in danger at all times. And that's no way to live as a fan. That's no way. That's not enjoyable. That's not fun. Being a fan is supposed to be fun. Yeah, there's going to be some heartbreak in there. There's going to be some times where you're upset. But there's also supposed to be joy, a lot of joy. And the joy is supposed to outweigh the frustration and the sadness and the anger. And it does it with this organization. It's like 4-1. Anger, frustration, sadness to happiness. It's like 4-1. For every one time we get excited, there's 4 times that we get punched in the face. Or we get let down or disappointed. How are you as a fan supposed to be supportive when that's the ratio? It's tough. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's tough, man. This is the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I can't speak for anybody else out there. But this is the one that broke the straw for me, right? This is the one because this is a game you got to win. I said this before the season. You play the AFC South and the NFC North. You need to go 6-2 or better in order to have a chance. We've already lost to Detroit and we've already lost to now Tennessee. You can't. We're not good in our own division. Nobody respects us in our division. So you may not win a division game this season. Understand that. So you have to take care of the Jacksonvilles and the Houstons and the Indianapolises and the Detroits and the Chicagos and the Minnesotas of the world. You got to take care of these teams. We couldn't even beat Tennessee. We couldn't even beat the Tennessee Titans. They're not good. The Titans are. You watched them today. They're the first team that really didn't pressure Carson Wentz. They're the first team that this offense in almost a month didn't look like a complete and abject disaster and epic fail against. Now, they were able to get off the field on third downs. Again, I put that on Scott Turner. He's a joke. But I will say this. I prefer booth Turner over field Turner, field level Turner. But he's a joke. I've been complaining about the same shit since his first season in Washington, and I'm still complaining, which means this is a problem. I'm complaining about the same shit. Situational awareness. He doesn't have it. Enough of me talking. I don't really have much more to say. Because like I said, I'm not ranting today. I don't have the energy. I don't have the energy to do it today. I just want to hear from you guys. Let's see. Harvey Mills, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Harvey writes, greetings, Lou. I can't keep tabs on the Commanders from afar, but I quit watching the curse of Oak Island from the same antics our team continues to produce on the field. What will it ever take? If we knew the answers, obviously we wouldn't keep doing the same things over and over again. It's at this, again, the first step to the road to recovery is admitting that you have a problem. The fan base is long ago admitted that there's a problem, and that problem resides in the owner suite. Until ownership is changed, this is going to be our existence. We may have a one-off season and feel good about that, but the consistent winning culture cannot be instilled until you get rid of Daniel Snyder. That you cut off the head of the snake and the rest of the body will die, but he won't go away, and so we're going to be trapped again in purgatory. So you start there. All right. You start with a competent owner who then goes out and hires a competent football guy, not a coach-centric who then hires a bunch of his buddies that comes in here and stinks up the joint. You hire a real football guy to run your front office, which Dan can't do because he's a clown. But you hire a real football guy, a real GM, who then goes out and handpicks his head coach, not a Bruce Allen lackey, not Vinny Serrato, but an actual real football guy that then picks a head coach that can come in here and win us football games. And again, it starts at the top. So nothing's ever going to change with this organization until you change that. And again, I don't know if that's going to happen in my lifetime. Unfortunately, sadly, I don't know if that's ever going to change. All right. Let's see. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, that one hurt. Don't know how much more we can take. I mean, I've already said that, but yeah, I mean, I second that. I don't know how many more of these you have in you. I mean, after this, I'm out of the car. I already said no. And I know last week I said, oh, I'm just going to take off the safety belt if we lose this game. In the manner in which we lost this game, I'm out of the whip because you got the ball first and goal from the 2 with 19 seconds left. You got 4 opportunities. You got plenty of time. Time isn't even a factor. Wentz tries to throw a pick on first down. I don't know. He tried to squeeze it into J.D. McKissick, almost got picked off on second down. Third down, he throws a pick. And I even entertained the idea of running it on third down, but I said, don't run it on third down because then you don't get a fourth down opportunity. I said, you throw it here, and this is where Wentz has to be smart. Chuck this shit into the second row, and then you get a chance to call a run play on 4th and goal from the 2. Because now it doesn't matter. Either you score or the game's over. I would have loved to have seen us have a chance to run it. But he didn't give us that opportunity with the pick. So, again, Wentz isn't a smart football player. And again, I can't deal with that type of incompetency at the quarterback position because you got to know better. Down and distance. The same shit I'm complaining about with Scott Turner. Your quarterback has to be in sync. He's got to be the smartest guy on the field. He has to understand that we got one more snap. I don't have to force this thing in. Again, if J.D. McKissick catches the football, he's going to be stopped short of the goal line and we lose. So where's the psychological sense in trying to fit that football in between 2 defenders? Help me with that one. It makes absolutely no sense. So I'm done with him. I'm done with Scott Turner. I'm done with Ron Rivera because he hired all of these incompetent clowns. This is his doing. And then to make matters worse, he makes foolish and stupid in-game decisions. So how much more can we take? I don't know. That's up to the individual. What is your threshold for pain? What is your threshold for disappointment? For each, it's different. I'm going to be here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here after Thursday night's game against Chicago. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here. So my tolerance is pretty damn high. But for others, they may be done. They may be gone. And I don't blame them. Atlas 013. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. Last week I unbuckled my seatbelt. I'm sorry, but this week I'm telling Ron to pull over and let me out. We walking together then, bro. I'm trying to find a ride going in the direction I'm heading in. I'm out of the whip too. I was just supposed to be unbuckling my seatbelt today. But that loss today showed me that there's not going to be a change. Like, we're not going to be able to sustain anything meaningful with this group. There's just too many mistakes. And you see the mistakes and you keep talking about, oh, we were this close. At some point, you got to start making the changes necessary to stop talking about how close we were and actually be on the other side talking about we found a way to get it done. That's what week one was supposed to represent for us, which is why we were so excited after we beat Jacksonville. We made mistakes. We got off to a fast start, which is something we don't do. Didn't do it again today. But we got off to a fast start, and then we made mistakes. Curtis Samuel's fumble when it was 14-3 and we were driving for more points. The two interceptions on back-to-back plays. We give up, 19 unanswered points. You're down 22-14, and then we unleash 2 straight touchdowns to win the football game. You're thinking, that's what the good teams do. They overcome adversity. They find a way to get it done. This feels different. No, it's not different. It's the same shit. You go to Detroit the next week, you fall behind by 22 points at halftime, and you can't get the stops. This is a theme with the defense. They play just enough, well enough to give you a chance, but they don't make the plays when they're there to be made to win the football game for you. They had a chance to get to Ryan Tannehill on that deep ball. Montez Sweat, how many times are you going to say he was this close? How about you dive at Tannehill and get that ball out? Show some desperation. Find a way to get that football out of there. Don't let him throw it down the field to the receiver. Bobby McCain, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, dude? Why did you stop your feet? Why'd you lose your luggage? What are you doing? Find a way. Somebody step up and say, I'm going to make a play today. We're not losing today. And nobody ever does. Every week I wait for that one guy to show up and say, we're not losing today. Nobody ever does. That was the opportunity by Montez Sweat to dive and get to Ryan Tannehill. Don't run to him. Don't reach for him. Dive. Get to him by any means necessary. You got to find a way to get there. He didn't get there. 3rd and 7, Jack, you got a chance. Blitz. Get him off the field. Force him to settle for a field goal. You give up a first down to a guy that they don't even throw the football to in Austin Hooper. You heard MJ. Austin Hooper is there in name. He's there in spirit, not body. Well, we showed up and allowed him to actually be there in the physical and catch a football on 3rd and 7 for a first down. We're pathetic, man. That defense, as good as they played in stretches today, you gave up 100 yards to Derrick Henry, which you couldn't do because you knew they couldn't hurt you through the air. That was the one thing you could go into the game saying, hey, look, man, they don't have any receivers, dude. So they're going to have to manufacture ways to score. They threw 2 screens on the first touchdown drive, 2 screens. And we'd act like we've never seen a screen before. That's the second time this year someone scored on a screen against us. The Eagles did it with Dallas Goedert on a garbage tight end screen that we've got perfectly defended, and our guy decides to go in and not see what he's hitting. Speaking of not seeing what you're hitting, on that same drive, we had a chance to get off the field on 3rd down, and guess what William Jackson III does? The same shit he always does. Doesn't see what he's hitting, ducks his head, misses the tackle. They get the first down. They ultimately scored a touchdown, and the staff finally did something. They had enough. They sat his ass down. Should have did that shit a long time ago. Now they're starting to get mad. Now they're starting to try to do things that they should have been doing. This is the problem with this staff. It takes them too long to make adjustments. I'm right there with you, Atlas. Let me out too. All right. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, "This was embarrassing and unfixable." The performance wasn't embarrassing. That's not the emotion that I feel after this loss. That's not embarrassed. It's disappointment. Embarrassing is what we did 2 weeks ago against the Eagles. Embarrassing is what we did in the first half against the Detroit Lions. This wasn't embarrassing. This was disappointing. This is frustrating. This is maddening. This is everything that has every emotion that you felt over the last 25 years or so. That's what this is. It's the same shit. We're insane. I'm insane. I won't put that on you. I'm insane because every year I show up, I psych myself up, convince myself that this is the year. Now, I didn't do it last year because I didn't believe in Ryan Fitzpatrick. I didn't do it in 2019. And I didn't do it in 2020 because we were supposed to stink in 2020. It just so happens that the rest of the division stunk too. But I did it this year. And this is uncommon for me. I don't talk about double-digit wins. Why? We don't win double-digit games, so I don't talk reckless. But this was the year I felt it. I felt everything was in place. And silly old me, dumbass me, thinking that somehow this downtrodden, poor excuse for an organization, this poverty franchise, somehow I thought that they were going to show up and make us proud. What? I must have lost my damn mind. Had to have. For me to show up and think that this team somehow was going to do the thing that other teams that are actually good around the league do, and that's take advantage of a schedule that's favorable. Take advantage of Detroit and Jacksonville to start in the first 2 weeks. Have a home date with the Eagles and a chance to start the season 3-0. We didn't even know we were going to get a Dak Prescott-less Dallas Cowboys team in week 4. Are you kidding me? And then a Tennessee Titans team that's hanging on by a thread, trying to make it to the bye week. And we couldn't even take care of them. This team is a joke. And it's so frustrating because, like I said, we're going to end up winning some games this year. We're not going to be 3-14, which actually wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I'm not rooting for it, but I'm rooting for it. Because with 3-14 comes a lot of pain and agony. But at some point, in order to reverse the cycle, the only chance we have, because Dan isn't going anywhere. They can have all the congressional hearings that they want. He's not going to be ousted as owner, okay? It's not happening. There's no smoking gun. Every bullet that was in the chamber, every single bullet that we had, we've already fired on Dan. We don't have enough to get him out. The only thing you could hope for was accumulation. It's not enough. The leak is spoken. Jerry Jones has skeletons in his closet. We just found out about an illegitimate kid, okay? He's got skeletons. You get rid of Daniel Snyder and people start looking at your closet. What kind of skeletons and demons do you have in there? Nobody wants that in terms of ownership. So they're not going to get rid of Daniel Snyder's ass. So the only chance we have is the way that the Arizona Cardinals and the Indianapolis Colts and other poorly ran franchises got out of purgatory. The only chance we have is to get lucky. Cincinnati too, throw them in there, is to get lucky and hit on a quarterback. And not just any quarterback. Sam Howell isn't it, just by the way. You got to hit one of these dudes that comes in and looks the part of a 15-year all-pro, perennial Pro Bowl, game-changing, leader of a franchise type of quarterback. I ain't talking Kyler Murray either because he lacks leadership skills. The guy that comes here has to be a leader. He can't be a Joe Schmo. Like, I can tell you right now, Sam Howell isn't a leader. not like a leader of men that guys run through a wall for. He's a guy who's kind of quiet, reserved, does the things he needs to do, but he's not a like rah-rah guy. We need in this organization, you need a Peyton Manning, you need a Tom Brady, you need a Joe Burrow, you need a Justin Herbert. You need one of these guys that changes the game for you. Andrew Luck. We need one of those. And unfortunately, you usually, you might get lucky. The Bills got lucky in a draft that was loaded with quarterbacks. They got the fourth one, I think, with Bradford and Darnold. I think they got the third one. They got Allen was third, and then it was Rosen, and then it was Jackson. We got to hope that somehow, some way, that one of those guys slips. I've got my eye on one guy in particular. But again, will this organization, and this guy can play his way into the top, if he decides to come out, he can play his way into the top 5, and we won't even get a shot at him. But I got my eye on one guy in particular. But we're talking about things that I honestly don't think are going to come to fruition. We're not going to draft a quarterback. We're not going to get rid of Ron Rivera. We're not going to get rid of Scott Turner. And you're not getting rid of Dan Snyder. So you're kind of just spinning your wheels in place. Major Enlightenment. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, we are an undisciplined team. And that, what's crazy is that wasn't the case before last week against Dallas. We were one of the best teams from a penalty standpoint going into the game last week against Dallas. We had 12 penalties the entire year, the first 3 games combined. And then we had 12 last week, 11 or 12 last week. And then we followed that up with another 9 this week. And so I don't know why that just became a problem, but it became a problem. But guess what? The Titans were just as bad. The Titans were worse. They had some big runs in the first half, some big offensive plays that were all called back due to penalties. This is why, again, you had no business losing this game. The Titans said, here, we don't want it. And we pushed it back in their direction. No, we can't take it. You can actually do something with your season. What are you going to give us a win for? We're not going to do anything with it. No, you take it. And they're like, come on, we insist. We got Ryan Tannehill at quarterback. He's not going to take us where we need to go. You take it. And we're like, nah. Look, I understand. Tannehill, he's mid, right? But look, you're playing the worst division in football. You take it. And they were like, you know what? You're right. Thanks. We'll take it. Anytime you need something, let us know. And we're like, no problems, man. It's on us. It's always on us. Kenny Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Kenny Davis, writes, Wentz could have ran it in himself like twice at the end. Again, this is what I'm talking about. I haven't watched the plays back, and running it is dicey. But if you see an opportunity for the end zone, it doesn't matter how you do it. You got to do it. Almost throwing 2 interceptions in 3 plays isn't my idea of finding a way to get it done. And so I'll watch it back, and I'll see if he had a chance to run. Running is dicey because you don't have any timeouts. But if you can make, if this is the thing, if you're going to take it, you better make it. Because if you don't, the game's over. So if you're going to take it, you better make it. And if he had lanes, again, then he's got to go. At no point did he put pressure on the defense by moving the pocket, extending. And again, you don't want to waste time, which is why I said this at the top of the show. Isn't this why we got Cam Sims? Isn't this why we drafted Cole Turner? Isn't this for these exact moments? 6'5" receiver. Isolate him one-on-one and throw a back shoulder fade. Do you think Brady in this situation wouldn't have taken one shot to Mike Evans? And I get it. None of our receivers are Mike Evans, but it's not because of Mike Evans, who he is as a receiver, or some of it is, but it's because of his size and the advantage you have by just saying, Mike, you run a back shoulder fade and I'm going to get it to you. You don't think that other teams wouldn't have run a back shoulder fade? Okay, first down, you want to get creative and cute. Doesn't work. Second down, I'm going to a fade. Enough of this shit. If I got to throw 3 fades in a row, one of these bitches is bound to come up for me. Huge. Nothing. You don't trust Terry to outfight a guy for the rock. You don't trust Cam Sims to go up and make a play. You don't trust Cole Turner one-on-one with a linebacker. You don't trust any of your guys. one-on-one to win. This is what you went and got him for. Use them. This is what you're paying Terry $20-some-odd million for. Use him. You don't trust your guys one-on-one? Sickening, man. It's sickening. Rashad Coker, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rashad writes, not on Wentz. Our coaching staff is putrid. Sigh. It is on Wentz. It's not solely on Wentz. But again, situational awareness. You got another down, my guy. Don't force that right there. That's a dumb play because, again, even if that's caught by J.D. McKissick, he's short of the touchdown and you lose. That's not a smart play, regardless of the outcome. It's just not a smart play. It's third down. It ain't fourth down. You don't have to throw this into traffic. You got another down. Throw this shit out of the second row and let's call a run and see what happens. You got 2 seconds left. Run it. If they stop us, they win. You didn't even give us the chance. That is on Wentz. Yep, it's on the coaching staff. Yep, it's on Scott Turner for making some bullshit-ass play calls. But at the end of the day, the quarterback has to be able to supersede and override any bullshit that's sent in. Okay, got nothing. This is great coverage by the Titans. Throw it out of bounds. We got another snap. All right, now we can run it. Now everything's on the table. Now they got to defend the run and the pass. So, yeah, it is on Carson Wentz, too. Mutib Khan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, I'm numb to the pain. I'm not. Because when you're numb, you don't feel anything. I'm not numb. I wanted to vomit after this game was over with. My heart went from pounding with excitement after the pass interference on Terry on the 2-yard line to at the bottom of my feet when the interception was thrown. And I was paralyzed. I couldn't move. I'm just standing there with my hands on my hair like, did he just throw a pick? Seriously, did he just throw an interception? I mean, yeah. Numb would require me to not feel anything. And as much as I would like to be numb when it comes to this team, I should be numb because we go through it. I can't allow myself to be emotionless. If I were, I wouldn't be doing this. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be doing this. So I can tell you right now, I'm not numb to it. Joe Rockhead J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat and greatly appreciate you being a member of the MOBB, who writes, send an Uber for Lou. Sorry, brother. I appreciate the Uber, man. I don't actually have a physical location. I just got out. So I wish I could tell you a landmark. I'm just kind of just walking right now. You could describe my gear, though. I just got on all black. They see a guy walking down the street, burning up in all black. That's me. Appreciate it, though. Redsican IB, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, team playing poorly is all on Ron. He appointed all the coaches. He went out and traded a bunch of picks for mentally weak quarterback, and Ron doesn't get it. We've talked about this on various occasions. This is on Ron. You know, when you hear him say this is, you know, we got to work with, we got what we got and we got to work with what we have. Like, that's on you. You're saying that like you got here and somebody else's roster is what you're playing with right now. And you need time to reconfigure this roster and make it in the shape and image of what you want it to be. No, this is what you assembled. This is your team. Don't try to act like we're one of the most injured teams in football, because we're not. There are teams with plenty more injuries that are finding ways to get it done. Stop with the excuses. Don't make it seem like, oh my God, we don't have Jahan Dotson. Well, guess what? De'Ami Brown stepped up. We got stuff. Stop making it seem like you don't have what you need. You're just not good at taking what you have and getting the most out of it. That's the problem. It's not the players. It's the coaching staff. Yeah, well, look, we don't have everything that we need. Okay. But there's no team in the league. Well, there are only a handful of teams that have everything that they need. There aren't many. Everybody's in the same boat that we are. You know what the difference is? And I keep saying this. It's coaching. The talent level in the NFL isn't that big of, there's not that big of a disparity from team to team. It's not that great. As much as we try to make it out to be, the net of it is you're not that far away. The quarterback position is what really ultimately determines where you are in the pantheon of things in the NFL. Because the rest of the guys, the other 52 guys on your roster, the difference between this roster and that roster, the difference usually isn't that great. Because you might be way stronger than a team at one position, but at another position, they may have you, and it may balance it out. So that excuse about, this and that about, hey, we got to work with what we have, and, this is what we are, and this is what we have. You assembled this. You assembled this coaching staff. You assembled this roster of players. This is on you. Let's see. Got another super chat here from Trevor Patch. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, Trev, Ron was driving to Charlotte, North Carolina. Glad you're getting off halfway at Richmond. I'll give you a lift back to DC. Richard Sherman voice. Run the ball. I didn't have a problem. So the run the ball crowd, you couldn't do that. You lose the game. Because of your head coach, Ronald Rivera, okay? Your coach, Ronald Edward Rivera, decided that he wanted to challenge a play that clearly wasn't a catch and had ample time. This isn't like when the Eagles, we control when the next snap happened, okay? This wasn't like when the Eagles had the ball and he needed to make a split decision because they were running up to the line of scrimmage and he didn't make it fast enough. You control whether we snap the ball with 15 seconds, 5 seconds, whatever the case may be. And he let people influence him instead of getting the word from upstairs. Hey, did he catch that? Everybody could see he didn't catch that. The ball definitely moved after it hit the ground. He did not have control of the football after it hit the ground. That was as plain as day. You wasted a challenge. And ultimately, that timeout came back to bite us in the ass, because for those in the run the football crowd, which I would have been had we had a timeout, but we didn't, you couldn't run the football because you had to make sure. You had to make sure that with 19 seconds left, time wasn't a factor, that you got 4 plays off if you needed all 4 of them. You had to make sure that. And if you run it and you don't get it, you're ensuring that either you don't get 4 snaps or you lose the game if you don't score. So I'm not in the run the ball crowd. You know when run the ball would have been a realistic opportunity and proposition? On 4th down, which is why Carson Wentz can't throw that interception on 3rd down, which is my problem, because now the Titans never had to defend run. Because if we're stupid and we want to lose, then you run the football, because if they stop us, game's over. But on 4th down, now this is it. Game's over. Either we win here or we lose. Now you can run it. Now you can throw it. You got options. They got to play both. But Carson Wentz didn't give us a chance. And that's why he has to take some of this blame. I don't hate, him trying to force it in there a couple of times with poor play calls. I hate it on 3rd down because you got to be situationally aware. You can't throw a pick there. You got to give us another chance. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I can't do it with this team anymore. It's the same thing every year. Same movie. I haven't been this down as a fan since 2019. This sells the team. Just sell the team. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You don't even need to waste your time. Like, Dan's not, a lot of people looked at the Robert Sarver situation in Phoenix and got excited. Like, hey, he sold the team because he wanted to. He figured at this point in my life, it's not worth the headache. I got all this money. I don't feel like being heavily scrutinized. I'll just sell. That's fine. I'll just sell. Got what I needed to get out of the Phoenix Suns and the Phoenix Mercury. I'll just sell. These franchises are selling for more than they ever have in any part of history. So he's going to make money hand over fist, and he's going to go away, and he's going to do whatever the hell he wants to do. He's a piece of shit of an owner, is Robert Sarver. But guess what? He's going to walk away with a lot of money. Without this organization, Daniel Snyder ceases to exist in terms of relevance. Nobody cares about Daniel Snyder, the individual, except for his wife and kids. Outside of that, Daniel Snyder is as insignificant as it gets. He doesn't want to live the rest of his life in obscurity because that's what would happen if he sells the team. He's only relevant because he's the owner of the Washington Commanders. You think Brad Pitt and all these guys, you think Matthew McConaughey is hanging out with Daniel Snyder because of his yacht? Hell no. They don't give a shit about that. They're hanging out with Daniel Snyder because he owns a professional football team. He sells that and he goes back to being just Daniel M. Snyder. Who gives a shit? He's not selling his team. And as far as the movie is concerned, yeah, we've seen this movie a million times. That's what makes it so frustrating. That's why I said I'm insane. I'm insane. Because I keep falling for the banana in the tailpipe. This just felt different because everything was lined up. Oh my, and I told you, I'm a very practical guy. And I looked at the schedule and I looked at last year's results, much tougher schedule, and I said, if we and we had a much worse roster last year. Offensively, we're not even close to where we are this year in terms of the skill position guys and things that we can do. And I figured, upgraded the quarterback, which for some of you is arguable, is something that you don't even know if is the case now. Carson showed you again today that when he's protected, he can do some damage with these weapons that we have. Like he showed, and that's the sad part of all of this. We should be celebrating Wentz's return today, like return to being competent, return to showing us what he's capable of. He was outstanding for the first 3 9/10 quarters of this game. And and the crazy part is he was outstanding without having converted a third down. He was 0 of 9 until that final third down he converted, and the Curtis Samuel getting out of bounds. That was the first third down conversion of the game for Washington. They were 1 of 11 in this game. And he did all of that damage without really converting on third down, sustaining offense consistently. We should be really excited about Dyami Brown and how much depth we have at receiver. We should be really excited. Brian Robinson's only going to get better. They're still trying to figure out, the mix with these running backs. They haven't even figured that out yet. They're just scratching the surface there. Like, we should be talking about all the positives we glean. The defense this is legit. Like, the defense doesn't stink. Like, this is legit. The defense doesn't stink. We should be talking about the defensive line and how they dominated today. We can't even bask in the glow of the positives from today because we lost another football game that we had no business losing. So instead of talking about Dyami Brown's 2-touchdown day, man hasn't had a touchdown in his career. He has 2 big ones today. We should be talking about Dyami Brown and celebrating the young fella. I'm happy for him. We should be talking about Montez Sweat. My guy Derek B called him a jag last week. How dare you? We should be talking about this D-line. James Smith-Williams with a sack today on a beautifully timed stunt. The linebackers didn't play terrible. They weren't great, but they didn't play terrible. We should be talking about how well this defense played, except they didn't make the plays that they needed to make. So we're talking about the same shit. We should be talking about this offense. Cole Turner made his debut. He didn't catch a pass, but hey, good to have him out there. We should be talking about that. But instead, we're talking about the shit that they didn't do because that's what we always end up talking about with this team. It's never the positives because we found a way to win like week 1. It's usually the negatives because we found a way to lose. It's the same shit. It's the same movie. Just hit the rewind button. Please be kind and rewind. And let the next Washington fan watch it after you're done. That's all we do. Watch the same shit, rewind it, give it to the next fan. They watch it, disappointed, pull it out, and get it to the next fan. They watch it, rewind, pull it out, give it to the next fan. And we just watch this shit over and over again. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, I'm truly at a loss of words. Just as this team started to give me new semblance of hope, it finds a way to snuff it out in spectacular fashion. Same here. I was really looking forward to winning this game. I was really looking forward to come on here, talk about all the positives, talk about being one game away from 500 with the Bears, who fought their asses off very valiantly, I may add, on Sunday, but fell short to the Minnesota Vikings. And I'm sitting here telling myself, we got a shot next week against Justin Fields' ass. Their offense stinks. Their defense is good enough to rattle our cage, but I'm like, I like my chances again, just like I like my chances today. But to hell with that. Now, you saw again what this offense can be when Carson Wentz isn't under duress the entire game. And I knew that. I told you this Titans team, they're missing Bud Dupree. They're missing Harold Landry. They're missing a lot of guys. Like, they're not going to get after the quarterback in a way that's going to rattle Carson Wentz. I told you their receivers, their first-round pick, Treylon Burks, is injured. They don't have anybody that threatens you. You have to stop Derrick Henry. And we couldn't do that in the first half. We had great field position a couple of times, squandered it. One of our possessions started like at our own 40. One of them started at midfield, and this team is just so frustrating, man. I was saying that in the mob. Like, this defense is so maddening because you take the lead on De'Ami Brown's second touchdown grab, and it's a spectacular one-hand grab, and you're amped. And you're like, all right, defense, we need it. Complementary football. This is where you step up and give it back to an offense that's smelling themselves right now. They smell great. Give them a chance to build on the lead. Didn't get an opportunity. Montez Sweat, this close. How many times have we said that this season? This close. Frankie, yo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Lou, everyone is disappointed. Rough ending to a tough game. My main takeaway is Andrew Norwell needs to take a seat next to Trey Turner. Good game to De'Ami and Holcomb. You're not in a position to bench Andrew Norwell right now. With Wes Schweitzer being out and you already having put in your main primary backup at guard as a starter and Sadiq Charles. And remember, Wes Schweitzer is on IR. So you don't get him back for another 2 weeks, bare minimum. You're not in a position to bench Andrew Norwell. What are you going to do? Put Trey Turner in for him? Like, we don't have a ton of depth there. We just signed like 2 guards last week because we're hurting from a depth standpoint. The only other guy is the guy that they played in the preseason game against the Chiefs who made the start. I can't think of his name, but him, and then obviously Chris Paul, who we drafted in the 7th round. I believe it was the 7th round out of Tulsa. Is the other option, and I don't see them making that switch. And Norwell got his ass steamrolled by, but it was just a bad pass set. That's not like something that continuously happens. He took a bad pass set and got taken advantage of. But yeah, it's just frustrating because the 2 guys that they brought in, it was a waste of money and resources. They could have just kept Eric Flowers. If it wasn't broke, they didn't need to fix it. So, yeah. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, just here for the service. My condolences. Get out of here. Mert Murphy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Ron and Scott, get them both the F out of here. Get them both the F out of here. I'm ready. Problem is, this is what happens when you have a coach-centric approach. Ron can't fire himself. Ron's not going to fire Scott Turner. And so in there lies your dilemma, is the guy that's in control and in charge is the one we want gone. It's similar to Bruce Allen. Like, who was going to fire Bruce Allen? There's only one guy that can fire Bruce Allen, and that was Dan. And look how long we had to suffer with Dan before we finally got rid of him. There's only one guy that can fire Ron Rivera, and that's Dan. And I don't see Dan firing Ron Rivera. So, and again, what is that actually going to do? That's the problem. Like, this is why this shit is like, it's like spinning your wheels in place. Like, what is that actually going to do? What is Dan going to do? Go out and hire someone brilliant to come in here? Like, what do you, we're going to get Jay Gruden. We're going to get Jim Zorn. We're going to get Ron Rivera. And look, Ron is better than those two. And Ron served a purpose. His purpose was to come in here and clean up the culture. On the field, in the locker room. Give this organization a face that you could actually put out in front of the public and not be laughed at or have people snickering as they point and talk about us. We're actually respected because of Ron Rivera. You take Ron Rivera out of the mix and we're just a joke. At least we're a respectable joke. That's what Ron brought to the table. But as I said a couple of weeks ago after the Cowboys game or after the Eagles game, Ron has done all that he can do for us. Ron has done all that he can do for us. He's gotten us as far as he's going to take us. Now, we've got some more talent. We need to build upon that. Still need to find the quarterback, but we need a new coach. We need a GM. We need a quarterback. Those are really big items. And the play caller that comes here, whether it's the head coach or it's an individual guy, he has to be really good. And most importantly, he has to be situationally aware, which has been my biggest problem with Scott Turner. Redskins review. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Redskins review writes, let's be real. Heineke runs that ball in for a game-winning TD. We also converted our first third down with 20 seconds left in the game. Yikes. As much as I want to say Heineke runs it in, are we even in that spot with Heineke in the game? Who's to say Heineke hasn't thrown a pick already? Like, this is the thing about Heineke. Like, you guys have this false reality with Taylor Heineke. Like, he was awesome last year. Heineke was a turnover machine last year, is what he was. So let's not have this warped, memory of what Taylor Heineke was last year. Heineke had his moments, but he was awful a lot last year. He was awful against New Orleans. He was awful against Kansas City. He was awful against Denver. He was awful against Buffalo. Let's not forget Taylor Heineke wasn't good last year for a huge chunk of the season. He was awful against Dallas the first time. He was awful against Dallas the second time. Like, let's not forget these things. Taylor Heineke he showed he was a backup quarterback. So I'm not saying that we wouldn't have had 17 and been in that position, but I can't be certain of that. Does he make the deep ball throw to De'Ami Brown? Either one of them? I don't think so. I don't think he makes either one of those throws. They said when De'Ami Brown caught that first one for 75 yards, they said that's the first play Washington has had over 50 yards in a game since 2019, the longest streak in the league on a play over 50 yards that goes for a touchdown. The last one we had, if I'm not mistaken, was Terry McLaurin against the Eagles back in 2019, his rookie season. He caught a pass from Dwayne Haskins on a slant and ran and took off. He may have had one against the Giants, a similar play, a little catch and run afterwards. I don't know if it was over 50 yards. It felt like it was over 50 yards, but it may not have been. If that's not it, then it's the one in 2020. I think it was in 2020 against the Giants with Terry. Either way, we didn't have a single one of those last year with Taylor Heineke starting. You know why? Because he can't. So we could do the whole Taylor Heineke song and dance. He would have ran it in. He probably would have run it and dove and scored. But I don't know if we're even in that position with Heineke or not, to be honest with you. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, Cole effing Turner to the corner, please. I'm out. Again, this is my gripe. You draft Cole Turner. You talk us to death all offseason about how you love this guy's size and catch radius. He's finally active. And this is exactly what you drafted him for. This exact moment. Like, I can't draw it up for you any better. You want to prove to everyone you were right for drafting and selecting Cole Turner in the 5th round? Here's an opportunity for you to display your newest toy. 1st and goal from the 2 after a Titans penalty. You isolate, you go trips to one side and Cole Turner one-on-one. Back shoulder fade, jump ball. Wentz sure loves to throw it high. Why not give him a tall target to throw it high to? Nope. Didn't do it. Again, poor situational awareness. D. Mason, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. D. Mason, thank you once again for the super chat. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy JP writes, Ron just lost what was left of this fan base. I mean, that's nice, but a lot of us aren't going anywhere. The few that are left, and the few of us that are still around, aren't going anywhere. They know that. You saw the guy with the big Washington sign. He's not going anywhere. He'll be here no matter who's the head coach, no matter who owns the team. It's dum-dums like us who aren't going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I'm a dummy. I'm a glutton for punishment. I can't help myself. I'm going to be back for more next week against Chicago. And then the week after that against Green Bay. I'm going to keep coming back because that's my move. That's what I do. And so there will never be 0 fans. Major Enlightenment, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Major Enlightenment writes, we generate no turnovers and Wentz is bound to give one away. Good or bad game, he's not it. I agree. Again, this defense is allergic to turnovers. Like Ryan Tannehill today was begging for us to force one of those things out of there. I kept waiting for him to get hit. And I just see the players scrambling like a mad dash and then hear the commentator say, and the football's out. Not one time. That one that he threw the deep ball to Westbrook Akina, I'm like, Sweat, you got to get there, bro. You got to dive. You got to sell out. That ball has to be knocked out of his hand. And that can't be a 60-yard completion that sets up a touchdown. It's got to be a play made by this defense. But that's our problem. We're just this close. We're always close. As a wise woman told me, almost doesn't count. Almost doesn't count. And in this league where there's a fine line between winning and losing, there's a small margin for error. We always end up on the wrong side of things, on the losing side. You're right. Every game, Wentz is going to turn it over somehow, some way. Fumble, interception. We haven't been clean yet this season, and we haven't forced a turnover since week 1. Again, another sign that this, and it's coaching. Those guys, I was watching Derrick Henry run. I was watching a pass that we gave up on the sideline, and I'm watching all these games around the league. I watched the Thursday night game with the Denver Broncos, and Matt Ryan tries to complete a pass over the middle of the field to a receiver, and he's got the football. You know what that defender came in and did? While he was making a tackle, he came in and he punched that ball straight out, incomplete. And I saw a catch today that easily could have had the same thing happen. Our guy goes for the tackle around the waist. It's an 8-yard completion on a third. It was the second and like 14, so it makes it a 3rd and 6, a very manageable 3rd down. You pop that puppy out, that's incomplete. That guy had the ball away from his frame. Okay, away from his frame, and all you have to do is knock it out of his hand. But we were not wired psychologically to go after the football. Our guys are wired to go make the tackle. We're reactive. We're not proactive. Proactive players look to make something happen. Reactive players are looking to just do their job. They react to what the opposition is doing. You can set the tone by going and making a play, but we don't do that, which is why we don't have a turnover since week 1. Yet we give it away at least once every week. Divine Do Care. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, this team is so boring to watch. It's so painful. We are due for another rebuild. Just watching this team for the season, just a waste of time. Again, I wish I could co-sign the rebuild, but it's not coming. And really, we don't need a rebuild. This roster, like 2019 was a rebuild. When Ron got here, it was a rebuild. We had nothing. We had no talent. We had nothing. That's when you rebuild. You don't rebuild when you have talent. You retool. We have talent. We're still lacking in areas, though, right? We still have some areas where we desperately need to upgrade. Quarterback being one of them. But corner is another one of them. I like these young safeties. I'm growing very tired of Bobby McCain. And Bobby's not terrible. I like Bobby McCain. Similar to Taylor Heineke, I don't want him off my team. I just don't want him starting. Bobby McCain is the perfect backup safety. I like Bobby in that role. I don't like Bobby McCain starting because every game you're going to get one of the plays you got from Bobby on the deep ball, where he's going to be there and then he's not there. The same shit that happened in the preseason game versus Kansas City. Bobby was there initially. He takes his eye off of the receiver. Then the quarterback throws the ball. Bobby's like, oh, shit, where's my man? He's behind you now, and it's a catch. He doesn't learn. All right. Let's see. Jason Rogers, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Uncle Jay, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, yeah, I'm just going to let myself out of the car. I'll walk the rest of the way. I'm done with Ronald and company. Goes back to my whiskey. I'm done with Ronald Edward Rivera as well. I'm done with Ronald. I'm done with Scott. I'm done with Carson. And unfortunately, he's a byproduct of the other two. Right? He wasn't terrible today. If we were making a list of the guys that were responsible for this loss, he'd be really far down the list. You know, that last drive, it wasn't a thing of beauty, but it was 2 yards away from being the most beautiful thing I'd seen all day. And it was not beautiful. I thought we weren't urgent enough early in the drive. I thought that it was some poor play calling. I mean, hell, the drive started, as I mentioned, with a 9-yard completion, I believe, or a 9-yard run, one of the two. And we got 2nd and 1, and then we throw it, and then we throw it, and Gibson drops the football. Then we throw it again, and it's the Sims non-catch that Ronald decides to challenge and fails and burns a timeout that would come back to haunt us late in the ball game. And then you got 4th and 1, and you're like, bro, how did we get here with 2nd and 1? We shouldn't be here. Pick up the first down already. So, yeah, it wasn't a great drive, but if you score a touchdown, it's a thing of beauty. But unfortunately, it turned to disaster. And so, yeah, I'm out of the whip too, man. And this one hurt so bad that I skipped a step. I was supposed to just unbuckle the belt. This one hurt so bad, and it's such a bad loss to a team that was putting this one up on a tee for you that I got to get out of the whip as well. I can't stick around and keep talking to Ronald. I just don't have the patience for it. Ryan C. Deal, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat once again, Ryan C. Deal. All right. Got another super chat here from Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Red Wings 01, who writes, at this point, I'll take CP3 over Norwell's fat ass. I'd say I can't wait for Chase Young and Tyler Larson to come back, but what's even the point now? Well, Larson's already back. I think it's a matter of them, feeling like he's ready to get in there if they want to make that change. They may be perfectly fine with Nick Martin and his low snaps back to Wentz and all of that jazz. I wouldn't be shocked if they just stick with Nick Martin just because they're afraid to make a change. But Tyler Larsen, I mean, again, he can't be any worse. I'd stick him in there and give him a shot if he's ready. With Chase, I think that's really interesting because I might not bring him back if I'm Washington. You know, if you get to week 9, you know, and he's ready to come back finally, what's the point? To your exact words, what's the point? I mean, there's nothing to build off of. He could have 12 sacks in the final 7 games. Who cares? Like, I mean, that's good for, oh, we should just go ahead and re-sign him now instead of, you know, they're going to pick up the 5th-year option regardless. So that's not even up for debate. But it would make you feel good if he had 12 sacks down the stretch. Okay, Chase Young's who we thought he was. But the risk, to me, far outweighs the reward at this point of him getting back out there. What's the point? To your exact quote, what's the point? I agree with it. As far as our CP3 is concerned, I don't see them doing that. But, you know, we'll see. I told you 3 weeks ago I would have started playing around with the offensive line. You know, the Wes Schweitzer injury complicates things a little bit. Montero is the guy that I was talking about. Montero played guard for us. I don't really know if I trust any of those other guys. You know, I'm not at practice every day. I don't see Chris Paul. I don't see Montero. I don't see the other options that you have and can tell you, hey, these guys can get it done. Give them an opportunity. I don't know if you have an opportunity to move on from Norwell. I don't even know if that's necessary, to be honest with you, at this current juncture. But again, it doesn't matter. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I needed Norwell out of there early. Bates to guard, please. Hey, Bates caught the ball today, man. I gotta give him a little bit of credit. He had two catches in the game. I was proud of him because, you know, I'm not a big Bates guy, especially catching the football. Will Kavanaugh, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, I jumped out of the car as it drove off the cliff. I'm done with this season. There's nothing convincing me that this season will turn around. There's no reason for you to think it's going to turn around. And this is the only thing I can say. But I'm saying this because it's true. But who cares about this? Still a lot of football left to be played. We're 1-4. We're not 1-7. But you see what the rest of the league is doing. I said this season is drunk. The Giants are 4-1. They just beat the Packers. The Packers aren't good. This is the thing I talked about. The Buccaneers almost blew a 21-point lead today to the Atlanta Falcons. The Buccaneers, there's something wrong with the Bucs. There's something wrong with the Packers. There's something wrong with the Rams. Like, the NFC is as wide open as it gets. The Giants just beat an Aaron Rodgers-led football team because the Packers have issues. The Packers easily could be sitting right where we are here at 1-4. But they got Aaron Rodgers. That's the biggest difference. They got Aaron Rodgers. And we got Carson Wentz. That's the biggest difference. That and their defense is better than ours, but is it really? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I don't know how much it's probably better than our defense. I just don't know how much more better. Anyway, I digress. The bottom line is this season's drunk. Anything can happen, but I mean, again, I don't have to keep explaining this to you. We're going to end up on the wrong side of more games than we end up on the right side of. That's the problem with us, is we don't find a way to win games like this. We find a way to lose these types of games. Honestly speaking, we should be 0-5 right now. If Jacksonville isn't Jacksonville in week 1, if Travis Etienne doesn't drop a wide open pass that he would have walked in the end zone with on 4th down, if they don't miss a field goal right before halftime, an easy chip shot field goal, we're not having this discussion. Again, we won that game not because of what we did. We won that game because Jacksonville stinks, or did at that time. I don't know if they beat Houston today or not, but they were in a dogfight last time I checked. I said all that to say this. we could easily be 0-5 right now. Probably should be 0-5, which means we suck. No, it's not turning around. It could, theoretically it could, but it's not turning around. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. All right. Ron, let go at the bye. Hire Ben Johnson plus Kyle Smith. Trevor, you don't hire guys outside of your organization in season. That's like the third time I've seen you make that comment. And it couldn't be further from reality. When's the last time you've ever seen a team hire a guy outside of their organization during the season? You don't do that. It's not even possible. You can't even do that. So stop bringing that up. And they're not going to get rid of Ron at any point during the season or after it, for that matter. The only way Ron is no longer here is if this thing absolutely falls off the rails. And everything that Ron has done to this point, this is why I keep telling you guys this, everything that he's done is a sign of a guy that is so confident about his job security that he's not worried. Ron's making moves that yells, that screams, I'm not going anywhere. Which is why he can slow play certain things and worry about development of young guys like Rashad Wildgoose. If Ron was worried about his job, do you think he goes out and gets 2 young players instead of a veteran corner? A guy that's worried about his job isn't going out and getting young guys for developing for the future. You're getting veteran players that can help you win right now because you're worried about your job. Everything that Ron has done suggests that he's not worried about job security. He's continuing to build for the future, which means he's not going anywhere. Think about that. Look at all the moves that have been made. If you're truly trying to win, you go get veterans to plug some of these gaps, not more young guys. Divine do care. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, what's up with us not trying to score before half? Divine, ask yourself this. Do you have confidence in our ability to score right before the half with 40 seconds left? You saw what we did against Dallas. We had all 3 of our timeouts and like a minute left, and we thought it was better to just run out the clock. Do you have any confidence in this group's ability to score in quick fashion, even though they had some chunk plays today? Do you really believe that they're going to do that? Or do you think it's more likely that we're going to get Carson Wentz hit as he's trying to throw the football and fumble, or he's going to get batted in the air and picked off, or he's just going to get flat out picked off? Which one do you think is more likely? You're asking this organization to do something that they're not comfortable doing, and I'm not comfortable watching them do it. The last time we tried to be aggressive, and you got to keep this stuff in mind when you're thinking about how they go about their business. The last time we tried to be aggressive in a 2-minute situation, the Eagles scored a touchdown to take a 17-0 lead. We got the football back, and Scott Turner tried to be aggressive. He threw 3 straight passes, 3 straight incompletions, and we punted the football, and then the Eagles turned around and rammed it down our throat and scored another touchdown and took the lead 24-0. That's why they're not trying to score before halftime. Any other questions? They're not confident in their ability to do that. And what they don't want to do is give the opposition an opportunity to get more points because of their aggression. So as much as we would like to see them do that, that's not where they are in their development. That's not where they are in their process. They tried it. They failed epically, and now they're scared. And you know what? I'm not upset that they're scared. I'd rather them err on the side of caution because, again, where we are in our process, we're not scoring. We're back to where we were last year. We're scoring 17, and we're trying to beat somebody 23-20. And when you're playing those types of games, you can't make the mistakes that we made today. When you score 35, when you score 33, when you score 31, you can make a couple of mistakes. Because that's a lot of points. That puts pressure on the opposition. But when you're scoring 17, When you're scoring 10, you're scoring 8, you make a mistake, you're not going to be able to overcome it. So that's why they don't want to, try and push the envelope before half, because they're barely scraping across points their damn selves. So if they give up an opportunity before the half, that could be a backbreaker. DeAndre 24. DeAndre 24. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? I'm done, Lou. The coaching staff is trash. Carson is throwing too much. No good running plays, no good screenplay, and the ball doesn't see Terry enough. I mean, you just said a lot there. I hate the rush offense. I told you when Scott Turner got here, you're not going to love his rush offense. He's primarily a gun guy. And when they get under center, it's a big tell that they want to run the football. Like, it's funny because the reporters keep bringing up the statistics to Scott Turner, and he's looking like befuddled. Like, other teams don't see the shit too. Like, right now, you guys are running it, 77% of the time when you get under center. Isn't that like a tell to the defense? And Scott's like, well, yeah, in the game, when you do it, sometimes you don't really feel it in the moment, but then when you go back and you see it, sometimes it could be that, and so we have to be better in that. Yeah, Scott. Yeah. Duh. The other teams understand what us getting under center means. And you don't boot off of it. So there's no threat of backside contain, having to stay at home or anything, because we don't do the little things, which has been one of my biggest complaints, is we don't do the little things. Terry doesn't touch it enough. I mean, Terry had some catches today. He had some targets today. I don't have any problems with, the whole Terry isn't getting enough targets, touches, et cetera thing. I don't care who touches the football as long as we're successful. When I start having a problem is when we're not being successful. I have a problem when you're first and goal and Terry doesn't see a target. That's when I have a problem. I have a problem when you don't isolate one of your big receivers in that situation. You got all these weapons you can go to, all these different things you can do. You can run a pick play, a couple guys running outs and the guy running a slant underneath that, or you can run a couple guys running slants and the guy inside running there's so many different things you can do, and we did nothing. And again, I haven't watched it back, and somebody could have been screaming wide open like with the Denver Broncos and Russell Wilson, and Wentz just didn't see him, or he was working the wrong side of the field. But as a play caller, it's your job to put your quarterback in a no-think situation down there. Hey, this is the read. This is the look we're getting. This is what you're going to do. You don't have to read anything out when it's one-on-one back shoulder fade. You don't have to read a damn thing out. My guy against your guy, who's going to win? I'm going to give my guy a chance to go up and get the football. Who's going to win? Terry one-on-one with a corner, and he runs a back shoulder fade. Let me see what Terry's got. Or spread Terry all the way, flush to the sideline, essentially, as far as you feel like you need to be, which should be a tell for the defender that he wants to run inside if he's splitting out that wide. But get everybody else away from Terry. Get everybody else the hell away from Terry, right? And if they get nosy and they want to walk a safety down, then that's when you send the running back out into the flats or running back into motion, and you have that running back now occupy that safety just for a second, just to hold that safety. But Terry runs a slant. Can he win? I'd love to see my number one guy have a chance. How is it that you run 3 plays and 2 of them go to your running back? And not in situations where you ran a play to get your running back open. Just, all right, running back ran to the goal line, turned around. I'm going to try to zip it in there. It's just poor play calling. Again, situational awareness, something I've been talking about for far too long, which means it's not going to change. Red Wing 01, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wing 01 writes, WJ3 got demoted to bench warmer. I'd have Kendall keep him company if I could. Christian Holmes has been screwing us on special teams. Again, same thing I said about Andrew Norwell. Who are you putting in? You gonna put in Rashad Wildgoose? What are you gonna do? Castro Fields, you're gonna pull him up all of a sudden off of being inactive every week and start him? I mean, no. What are you gonna do? This is what Rivera built. And if he was worried about his job, there would have been a veteran on the bench, not named Corin Elder or Danny Johnson to pull up from the practice squad. There would have been a competent veteran corner that they could have put in the game. But because Ron isn't worried about his job, there isn't a job security issue. He can develop young guys and let them go out there and take lumps. So there is no one. The only reason we got to bench William Jackson III, a lot of you didn't pick up on this, because the Titans are in a lot of heavy personnel and they're putting 2 receivers on the field because they don't have any receivers. They can't spread you out and go 3 wide, 4 wide. Who are they going to throw the football to? They don't have any receivers. So you don't need to have 3 corners on the field so you can bench William Jackson III. And we saw Wild Goose in there a couple of times when they went 3 wide. And next week is another example of a team that's not going to force you to have to do anything crazy. So if they really want William Jackson III to sit his ass down, they can do it again next week. But what happens when Green Bay comes to town and they start spreading you out and throwing to 3 and 4 different receivers? You're going to have to put William Jackson on the field then. You can only get away with it for so long. And that's why I said you're not in the position to make statements necessarily. And that's Ron's doing. Yep. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, watch Giants versus Packers and their offenses make ours look prehistoric. I've long said this. The creativity that I see around the league is crazy because when Scott first got here, there was creativity. Like, it's funny. I'm watching the Dolphins game. I think it was the Dolphins and Jets, if I'm not mistaken. And I watched the Chiefs do this on Sunday Night Football against the Buccaneers. And you send a guy in motion, the tight end in motion, then he comes across the field and the quarterback kind of looks away. He's talking to the sidelines or whatever. And then the tight end gets under center and takes the quarterback sneak and gets the first down. We did that first. Obviously, when you suck, you don't get credit for it. Scott Turner was the first guy I've ever seen do that in 2020 with Logan Thomas. We did that against the Steelers and got a first down. Everybody selectively, has selective memory and conveniently forgets that because we suck. So you don't get credit for things when you suck. The Chiefs do it, and all of a sudden, oh my God, Andy Reid's a genius. And so when the guy did it today for the Dolphins and scored, and they're crediting the Chiefs for that. Oh, they took a page out of Andy Reid. No. Andy Reid took a page out of Scott Turner's playbook because Scott actually at one point was actually innovative. In his first year, when we had less talent, Scott was way more innovative. We would put 2 running backs on the field because that was the personnel package that allowed us to put our best players because we didn't have any receivers. We had Dontrell Inman. We had Isaiah Wright. We had Steven Sims Jr. So you had to. All you had was Terry McLaurin, Antonio Gibson, and J.D. McKissick and Logan Thomas. So in order to get your best playmakers on the field, you had to put 2 running backs on the field. And he was so diverse and he was so different. And the things I saw, I was like, man, this Scott Turner guy is going to be all right. And he has de-evolved over the last 2 years and gotten worse and worse as a play caller. And his situational awareness has gotten worse and worse. And now it seems like everything we do is so rudimentary, right? It's old, it's antiquated. It doesn't look like the vibrant offenses that we see. Either you're going to be using a formula and a philosophy that is timeless, like the zone run blocking scheme that we see with the Shanahans, with Minnesota and Cleveland and Green Bay and San Francisco and all of those teams that run that offense. Either you're going to use something like that, and that shit is pretty basic. The Rams do it too. Pretty basic, but it's timeless and it works. Or you're going to be innovative. You're going to be creative. You're going to find ways to implement the quarterback in the run game and use him as a threat. And you're going to find little cute ways to get other guys involved, little screens here and there. And we don't do that. We don't do that. Our run game is lethargic. It's unimpactful. It forces a guy that we brought here to be a complement to the offense, not to be the offense. We didn't bring Carson Wentz here to be slinging it 40 some odd times every week. That's a recipe for disaster. We brought Carson Wentz here to complement a solid run game and be able to push the football down the field, which is what he did today. Push the football down the field. And he did that without a run game. The run game has gotten worse and worse every year. Warren Jackson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Warren Jackson writes, we lost 7 seconds with the false start at the 1 minute mark. They didn't reset the clock. I mean, the time wasn't a factor though, Warren. I understand what you're saying, and maybe you could run the football with 26 seconds instead of 19 on first down, but that's still risky, Warren. That's not the point. Time wasn't a factor. It wasn't an issue. Once we got to the 2-yard line with 19 seconds left, time was no longer a factor. Time was no longer an issue. You should have gotten 4 plays off from the 2-yard line if that was necessary, which it should have been. Wentz can't throw a pick there. So I hear what you're saying, and I don't know if that's true or not, but even if it was, because the officials were having issues with the clock throughout the game. Even if that was true, we didn't run out of time. So that wasn't the reason we lost the game. So those 7 seconds, the only difference is 26 seconds, no timeouts. Maybe you think about running it on first down. But again, if it's unsuccessful, you may get one more playoff. Do you really want to risk? Because the Titans aren't getting off the pile quickly. Those referees aren't going to be able to get everybody out, and they're not going to call a delay a game on the Titans. So you're going to be unpiling those guys for every bit of 10, 11 seconds. They got to spot the ball. Then you got to waste it down and spike it, right? Now it's 3rd and goal with 6 seconds left. Do you really want to do that? Now you got one shot, essentially, at the end zone. So I don't even think the 7 seconds really matter. Let's see. Got a super chat here from Mutib Khan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Daboll took a trash roster with no cap space, and he's 4-1 in his first year. That's the difference between good and bad coaching. No more excuses. Ron has to go. I mean, again, I'm looking at the Bears. They don't have the Bears are terrible on offense. Talent-wise, they may be one of the worst offenses in football from a talent perspective in Chicago. They got nothing, man. They got Darnell Mooney at receiver. They may have a tight end or two, maybe. They got some running backs that I like. Their offensive line is spotty at best, and their quarterback is young, right? But he doesn't have anything to throw to. It's a mess. And yet they're competitive every single week. They're in ball games. And I just look at all of the teams with these new coaches, and I look at the way that they've been able to come in. And to me, the best success story right now is the Giants. It is Brian Daboll. This was supposed to be a year in which they took their lumps with no cap space, turning over the roster. You're trying to figure out, is Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley guys that you want to hold on to? And these guys, not only are they competitive, they're winning football games, and they're gaining confidence, right, as they win games. Who thought they were going to London and winning this game? Not me. And I told you, the Packers, there's something off there. They should have lost to New England last week. Like, the Packers aren't good, but we didn't think the Giants. A lot of us said, oh, the Giants will be 3-3 after playing the Packers and then the Ravens in successive weeks. They'll be 3-3. They'll come back crashing to earth. Oh, really? Okay. Well, they put up 27 today, won the game with a 3rd and a 4th down stop to seal the deal, and got the win 27-22. And as you mentioned, the biggest difference, because they're not more talented than us, especially on offense. Maybe they're better than us on defense. Maybe they're a more complete defense in the secondary. That's an argument that I'm willing to listen to. But I don't think they're more talented than us. But they're better coached. They got a better defensive coordinator. Wink Martindale is better than Jack Del Rio, because you know what he did to Aaron Rodgers? I know it's Aaron Rodgers. I don't give a F that it's Aaron Rodgers. I'm coming after his ass and heating him up. In the most pressure-packed situations, they get in the red zone. I'm not letting Aaron Rodgers stand back there for 7 seconds and carve my ass up. No, I'm coming after his ass and seeing what happens. Even on the Hail Mary at the end of the game, they swarmed on Rodgers' ass. He didn't even get the Hail Mary off. Hit his ass and forced him to fumble. Wink Martindale they got rid of him in Baltimore because they had 15 corners injured, and they were getting cooked in the secondary when he would blitz. That's not because he's not a good defensive coordinator. He just didn't have the horses last year to hold up on the back end. But I love his defensive mentality. If I'm going down guns a-blazing. Our defensive coordinator thinks it's okay to just rush 4 on 3rd and 7 against a team with no receivers. That's when you're supposed to heat their ass up. You want to go conservative and you want to rush 4, you do that in the middle of the field. You do that when they're backed up. Don't want to give up any big plays. They're in the red zone. You don't have a lot of space to cover. Go and heat up Ryan Tannehill's ass and make Robert Woods, make Westbrook Akina, make one of these clowns beat us. Nope, we're going to play zone like we're a good zone team. We're going to drop back, play zone, and allow Austin Hooper to be – I mean, there wasn't no defender within 3 yards of Austin Hooper in either direction as he laid down comfortably at the 4-yard line or 5 or wherever he was and caught the ball for a 7-yard gain on 3rd and 7. After the Titans deliberately took a delay of game and did not try to call a timeout, did not attempt to call a timeout. They are trying to give us the game, and we refuse to take it. Again, coaching. Red Wing 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Red Wing 01 writes, I give my props to Diami. I knew this game would be huge for him with Jahan out, and he made the most of his opportunity. Jamin's growth. There were a lot of positives. I thought Cole Holcomb played well. I thought Jamin Davis played well. I thought De'Ami Brown played well. I think safety Derek Forrest continues to play well. I thought the defensive line, James Smith-Williams stepped up. Another F.A. Obata appearance. He's continuing to play well, even though he had the bad roughing the passer penalty. The entire defensive line was magnificent. There's so many positives from this game that you want to talk about. You know, the offensive line wasn't terrible in this game. You want to talk about the positives, but they're overshadowed by the loss. If we're sitting here having a discussion about a 24-21 victory, the whole tenor of the conversation changes. We're talking about all these positives because there were so many positives from this football game. But unfortunately, nobody wants to talk about De'Ami Brown having a big game. And I'm so excited for him. So many people were ready to run this kid off. He stinks. He can't catch. You should have heard a lot of these fans in the fan base. A lot of you should be ashamed of your damn selves. You can't even catch. But you're talking about this man like he can't catch. He doesn't make it to the NFL if he can't catch. Though he can't run routes. But we knew this when we drafted him from North Carolina. I said, look, stop asking De'Ami Brown to do things that he's not comfortable doing. You know what De'Ami Brown can do? You know what he did in college? You know what Brown can do for you? He can get deep. That's why we drafted him. So let him run deep. And you saw that today. De'Ami Brown can run. And he can catch the deep ball. Let him do that. Stop asking him to run dig routes. Stop asking him to run precise routes where he's supposed to be here in a timing and rhythm of the play. Just let the man do what he was born to do. Run and catch it. And he did that today. And I'm so happy for him. But we're not even talking about that. We don't get to talk about that because nobody wants to talk about the positives right now. It's gloom and doom. You're 1-4. We just got to October and the season feels over already. I'm sick of that shit, man. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of talking about, hey, just get me to November. J Mark, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, gifted a PI and couldn't score from the 2. Horrible. I said the Titans put the game on the platter for us. The Titans put the game on a silver platter for us. They said, hey, y'all want to win or what? And I already explained to you how the conversation, how the dialogue went back and forth between us and the Titans. And ultimately, both parties decided that it was in the best interest of the Titans to take this victory. They could actually do something with it. They can go win their division. We can't win our division, and we probably won't make the playoffs. So why give you the dub? No need in both of us being 2-3 after this game. All right? You can actually make something of your season. Man, take this dub, man. Stop playing. Us at 2-3 means nothing. We'll probably go to Chicago and lose and be 2-4 next week anyway. So what difference does it make? You take the dub, man. Go have fun. Have at it. The Titans tried to give us this game, man. In my mind, I said we about to win. And I was confident the entire way in the MOBB, even with the sluggish start. A lot of the fans in the comment section of the MOBB were negative. Oh, here we go again. We're going to lose. We suck, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, guys, we're right where we need to be. At the end of the first quarter, we're right where we need to be. At the end of the second quarter, hated the fact that we gave up the touchdown, couldn't stop them and forced them to kick a field goal. But, hey, we're cool. We get ball after half, we're fine. 14-10 could be worse. We suck. It could be worse. We're fine. We're right where we need to be. Defense is playing well. I hate that. I was so disappointed in the defense in the first half from a run defense standpoint. They cleaned it up in the second half. Derrick Henry was a non-factor for the most part in the second half. But the damage was done already, Damage was done. Give up a couple of screens in the first half. It sucked, but 14-10, they're up. You're right there. You get the De'Ami Brown touchdown again. It's 17-14. Okay, defense. And this is what kills me with this team is you're never able to build off of anything, whether it's offensive, offensive effectiveness or it's special teams, pinning them deep. We're never really able to build off of anything because we don't take advantage of opportunities. We just, for whatever reason, one good deed is supposed to bring on another. It's supposed to beget another. And so the defense goes out and gets a great stop. And the special teams are supposed to reward them with an excellent, punt return and field position. And then, got Dax Milne back there letting the ball hit down at the 27 and then bounce all the way to the 11-yard line. So instead of you getting the ball at damn near the 30, you're starting at your own 11-yard line. Right. So that one good deed was supposed to spur another one, but the special teams can't get you out of that. Right. They can't do their end of the bargain. Offense goes out, gets a deep ball to De'Ami Brown. You take the lead 17-14, kick it out of the back of the end zone. They start from their own 25, and you get a couple of stops on first down, second down. Now you got them in third and forever. And defense, I just need you to get a stop. The offense is cooking right now. They want it back with the lead so we can try to build on the lead. And you give up the deep ball to Westbrook-Ikhine. I mean, Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, you asked for no turnovers. We saved that 00 for the last play. I asked for a clean ball game. I said, look, I'm not even asking for a turnover this week. Just want a clean game, man. I'm not, as much as I want turnovers, you don't need them to beat Tennessee this week. Just don't turn it over yourself and you'll probably beat the Titans. That's how low I thought of the Titans coming into this game. I looked at their roster. I looked at the injuries that they have. I looked at how they're built, and I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. Just don't turn it over. They got no pass rush, so we're not going to be under siege like we were the last 3 weeks. They got no receivers, so we shouldn't be out here dying defensively on third downs and them hitting us for big plays left and right. They did get their one big play like we give up every week. We can't help ourselves. We have to give up a big play. But I'm like, just stay clean and you'll win this game. And I really believe if he doesn't throw an interception there, we run it on fourth down, I think we're going to score. I think we score on fourth down with the run. If Scott has if he has the foresight to call a run, but we never got that chance because Carson threw a pick, which you can't do in that situation. You have to give yourself another opportunity to snap the football, which is why he has to go as well, because he doesn't get it. Mentally, he's not sharp enough to understand, oh, that shit's covered. I'm getting rid of it. It's fourth down. We got another shot. If that's fourth down and that's what you decide to do, fine. Knock yourself out. Had to do something. You couldn't throw it away because you didn't have another snap. But that was third down. You had another snap. Get rid of it. Now it's on Scott Turner to find a way to get you a play that wins you the game on fourth down. DeAndre, 24. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I will be at the Texans game. Then I'm done to win or not. Fire Ron and find young offensive mind, and we need to see Sam the rest of the way. Again, we're asking for things that aren't going to happen. Ron isn't getting fired, and you're not going to see Sam Howell the rest of the way. Ron traded for Carson Wentz, and as far as they're concerned, this isn't a Carson Wentz loss. Wentz played outstanding football up until those last three decisions, right? So they're not going to just pin this on Carson Wentz. And I can't wait to listen to the bullshit Ron has to say after the game, because I want to see how he tries to spin this. You know, they're going to ask him about the challenge. And, you know, we thought, we took a look at it and we thought that he had caught the football. And so we thought it was worth a shot. No, dumb. It wasn't worth a shot, Ronald. It wasn't worth a timeout in a close game that you're trailing in, where you probably, whether we convert or not, you're going to need those 3 timeouts, whether you got to call them on defense to get the football back or you need them on offense to score a touchdown. You are 90 yards away from the end zone. You can't waste a timeout, brother. I can't wait, because I already know the stupid shit he's going to say. And Ron invested in Carson. Carson has to work. You heard what the owner said. You heard what Daniel M. Snyder said. We finally got a quarterback. So if he's wrong, now Snyder looks like a fool. You know that Snyder doesn't want to look like a fool. He's still calling Bruce Allen looking for a congratulations for landing Ron Rivera, which is why he didn't pay him his money. Are you kidding me? We're not getting Sam Howell this year until week 14, 15. What is that going to prove? We're the same dumbass fans. Not we. I'm the same dumbass fan that saw Dwayne Haskins at the back end of 2019 and thought, hey, maybe we got something. Man, those last 3-4 games at the end of a season don't mean shit. So if you tell me they're putting in Sam Howell in week 14 or 15 and we see him for 3-4 weeks and he plays well, that don't mean a damn thing. You're playing against teams like Cleveland and San Francisco and Dallas that might not have shit to play for. They might be packing up the U-Haul as well. As far as I'm concerned, nothing is going to be determined with the quarterback position, which is going to stop us from potentially investing in a quarterback next year unless we get a high enough draft pick that says, hey, you can't pass on this kid. I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback. They think they may have something in Sam Howell. And that's a mistake. Let's see. Chris Wilson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Chris writes, the Snyder curse lives on and it won't be broken. I don't believe in curses. I just believe he's a terrible owner. I do believe in karma. I do believe in good juju. I do believe in what you put in the atmosphere, you get back, 2 times, in return. And I just feel like he's not a good human being. He's good to those who he feels like, can help him. He's good to players. You won't find many players that were actually good on the team that have anything negative to say about Mr. Snyder. But normal, regular human beings, guys that don't play for him, and he's, some people call them jock sniffers. I think that's a whack term, but he's an ass kisser to these players. He wasn't the popular kid in school. This is his power. This is his opportunity to be relevant, which is why he's not going to sell this team. But he's not good to regular, normal people. He's an asshole. And because of that, he's getting back what he's put into the atmosphere times 2. And again, we're just, and it sucks, but we catch strays because of it. We ain't done nothing wrong. We just want a winner, man. But we catch strays because of it. It's a damn shame. It ain't a curse. It's just Dan Snyder's our owner. And he sucks. Hence, we suck. I love the people that try to say, this isn't a Daniel Snyder problem. This is on Ron Rivera. No. Who hired Ron Rivera? How did we get here? We got here because of the owner. Nothing's going to change until we get rid of the owner. Guys don't want to come here because of the owner. Don't fool yourself into thinking that, all of a sudden things are just going to magically change. I did that. That was my mistake. I thought Ron could come in here, and usually it's not a coach that's going to change a bad organization. It's not. Bill Belichick doesn't change the New England Patriots without Tom Brady. It's usually the quarterback. It's usually the quarterback that changes a bad organization. Ryan Grigson was the GM of the year for the Indianapolis Colts. when he got Andrew Luck. A couple years later, he's fired. Why? Because Andrew Luck is hurt. And he was the reason Andrew Luck was hurt. That organization, without Peyton Manning, they won 2 games, did the Indianapolis Colts. It's not rocket science in this league. Either you need to have a strong organization, top down, starting with the owner and then, the GM and then the head coach. You have to have either a strong program or you damn well better have an elite NFL quarterback. That's the only way you're going to be able to circumvent all the other shit. Our problem is we got neither. So every year you're fighting for table scraps. You're on the ground fighting the rest of the downtrodden teams in the league for crumbs. All the crumbs that Kansas City and Tampa Bay and Green Bay and all the upper echelon teams with Hall of Fame quarterbacks, all the crumbs, all the shit that they don't eat that fall on the ground, teams like us are fighting the other teams that don't have a structural organization that's fundamentally sound or a quarterback. We're all fighting those other teams for the crumbs that fall on the floor. Will Kavanaugh, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Will, who writes, I'm also done with the Milne experience as kickoff returner. I'm done with Milne on any special teams not named gunner or just going down and making a tackle. I don't want, and this is no knock on Dax Milne. He was never supposed to be a punt or kickoff return man here. And Ron is a damn fool if he thought that this was a good idea. Like, oh, he did the punt return thing in college. Well, he wasn't very good at it. He just did it because he has sure hands. Watching Dax Milne try to change directions is like watching my 60-year-old mom trying to run and change directions. It's painful to watch. Takes him like 4 steps in the wrong direction to stop to go in a different direction. He's like a cartoon character. He's like Shaggy in the air running and his legs are moving like this fast, but he's not going anywhere. And I keep waiting for him to hit the ground and take off, but he can't. He's Dax Milne. They got to stop putting him back there. This is why you have Antonio Gibson, right? This is why Brian Robinson is back. It's important, right? If you're not going to give Gibson the football as a running back, if you're not going to throw it to him out of the backfield, except for on checkdowns, then he should be back on bare minimum on kickoffs. If you want to leave Dax Milne on punt returns, fine. He's shorthanded. The only thing I require of my punt returner is to catch the football. That's it. If you're not sure, and maybe he wasn't sure on the one that, because the sun started to come out and it was a little shadow on the field. If you're not sure, just let it hit the ground. I'd rather you let it hit the ground, bounce, and we pay for the yardage in field position than you muff it. But at least he catches the ball. So I don't mind him being on punts. At this point on kickoffs, we're starting at the 15. We're starting at the 16, the 17, because this guy is terrible. He's running timid. He's looking to change. The best kickoff return man are hitting that shit, whether it's there or not. You can't be scared on kickoffs. Dax is scared. Chris Wilson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Chris Wilson, who writes, these are the types of coaches we get. They can never get it done or put it all together. It's watching someone put a square block into a triangle hole for 25 years. Again, it goes back to the owner. These are the types of people you're going to attract. And again, I love when we got Ron, I was excited because I didn't think we were going to get a coach the caliber of a Ron Rivera. I didn't think we were going to get a guy with a name, because that's what we needed. We needed a guy with a name. After Jay Gruden, you couldn't go the Jay Gruden route again and go get a young offensive coordinator. You couldn't go that route again. We just went down that road and it was unsuccessful. You couldn't go back down that road. You needed somebody with a track record, with structure, that was going to come in here and change the narrative. Ron did that from a personnel standpoint. He hasn't done it on the field, however. So again, his job is done. He's done half of what he set out to do. Half of what he set out to do was to change the culture in the locker room. change the perception of the way people view Washington outside of the organization. And he's done that by large, in part because of, the good guys that he's gotten, right? There are no more Sua Cravens. There are no more, what's the running back's name? Darius Geises on his team. There are no more malcontents. There are no guys that give us a bad name. There's no more Reuben Fosters on this football team. So he cleaned that stuff up. But most of us fans could care less about that shit. We deal with enough of that with Dan. We care less about what people say about us, how we're perceived. We just want to win. You call us the worst franchise in football, worst owner, all that good shit. If we're winning football games, I could care less about that shit. I've told you that a million times. I could care less about how other people view us. If we're winning, it becomes worse, and it makes it that much more sickening when you're losing and you have to deal with that. And that's where we all get upset. Like, they're talking about us again. They're talking about us again. We're in the news again. That shit wouldn't matter to us if we were winning. We could care less. That shit will roll right down our back. But when you're losing, it's now they're piling on top of you now. Now you're being suffocated. You can't breathe. Like, get off me. Well, Ron cleaned up some of that stuff. But the thing we care about the most is the product on the field, and that's where he's failing us. You got to admit, the roster is better than it was. It couldn't have gotten any worse than when he got here in 2020. But the roster is better. It's not a complete roster, far from it, but it's a lot better. It's workable. You give some of these coaches around the league our roster, and we're not 1-4 right now. I guarantee you give Brian Daboll this roster, we're not 1-4. And that's the problem. Mutib Khan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, the play calling at the 2-yard line was egregious. I agree. And, again, I may go back and watch, and there may be a receiver open on each of the 3 plays that we ran, and Wentz just didn't see him. I didn't like the play calls. When you get down to the 2-yard line, you have to be deliberate. There shouldn't be, your quarterback shouldn't be going through 3 and 4 different progressions at the 2. This play call needs to be deliberate. You're trying to get the ball to one guy. Either you're going to scheme up a guy to get open, or you're going to say, hey, mano a mano, my guy against your guy. Let's see who wins. It's simple. You're at the 2, dude. Don't make this harder than it has to be. I don't want to see this guy running a curl, this guy running an out, this guy running a stop over the ball, this guy running a 3-yard out, and this guy running a backside slant. There's too much shit going on. Take 3 receivers and have them running something in combination with one another to free up one guy. That is who you're trying to throw the football to. Have one guy coming in motion, hauling ass, and he's speeding out to the flat. That's who you're trying to get the ball to. And if everybody goes with him, you got one guy sitting at the goal line. Like, this is the kind of traffic you should be trying to run. Make them make a decision, but the read is simple. I don't want Wentz dropping back, looking all over the place. He's going to one guy. And if that guy's not open, it's one more guy. And if it's not there, back of the end zone, let's get to the next snap. Or run it yourself. But again, that's not what happened. On all 3 plays, Wentz is back there looking around. What are we doing? Jackass in the box. Stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. Greatly appreciate you, Mob. You know what to do. Welcome Jackass in the box with open arms to the MOBB. Glad to have you. Looking forward to chopping it up with you. Welcome to the squad. Jackass in the box. Tony P, 56. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Jonathan Williams got hurt so he could host LTN. I saw him get hurt. He got a knee injury. I don't even know how he got hurt. Honestly, I don't remember him ever being in the game, to be honest with you. I know that was an attempt to be funny. I'm not in a laughing mood right now. Tony P, 56. Thank you for that super chat, though. Really do appreciate you. Let's see. Wilfredo Elias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Wilfredo Elias writes, I can handle losses, but not when it's a result of the same issues from year one. Worst thing is there's a better chance than good nothing changes. Facts. One of the things football coaches can't stand is having to repeat themselves over and over again to players. They get tired of telling players the same thing over and over again. That's the quickest way to find yourself on the bench. William Jackson III, we keep telling you, your job is to have outside contain. You got to make tackles. Can't keep ducking your head and not seeing what you hit. You heard us a couple of weeks ago in not making a tackle. You heard us against Detroit by not staying at home on jet sweep action and let the guy run down the sideline. You're killing us out here. You got to make tackles, dude. He made a tackle against Dallas last week. He said, okay, maybe he's starting to get it. He missed the tackle against Philadelphia. It killed us. Or did he even play in that Philadelphia game? I don't think he played in that Philadelphia game. I think he missed a tackle. I think it might have even been last week against Dallas. Made a tackle, missed a tackle, whatever the case may be. This is his thing. He misses tackles. He misses plays. He doesn't, make things happen. This is his thing, right? Bunch of penalties last week against Dallas. That's his thing, And I told you, those kind of guys I can't deal with. Hey, man, and things happen on the football field, man. You just go out there and you just play the game and, things happen, but, I got confidence in myself that I can make plays. So I just don't, it's on to the next play. You know what I mean? No, I don't know what you mean, man. I don't know what you mean because you keep doing the same shit over and over again. I don't know what you mean. Help me. We still talking about situational awareness with Scott Turner. I go back to his first season here against the Steelers. We get down to the goal line. We haven't been stopped in a goal line situation or a fourth down situation or a third and short situation with Peyton Barber all year. And it's first and goal from the one, and he doesn't run it a single time. Not until TJ Watt has a pass interference on fourth down that gives us a fresh set of downs. And then the first time he runs it on the fresh set of downs with Peyton Barber, we score a touchdown. Why did it take that? The same shit he did today. We're talking about the same shit from 2020 in 2022. It's the same shit. I'm with you. I got a problem with that. And like you said, the odds are that nothing changes. I know Ron's not going anywhere. But the odds are Scott Turner ain't going nowhere either. Sean Blake, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Sean Blake writes, we currently hold the number one pick. Coaching staff is a joke. Yeah. So that would, what you're telling me is the Houston Texans won today. They beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's what you're effectively telling me. If we hold the number one pick. Which, you know what? We deserve. The problem is we're not going to hold on to that pick. If you're going to be bad, just be bad. I'm not rooting for it, but if you're going to suck, just suck. That's the problem. We're not going to, I'm telling y'all right now, we're going to end up winning 7 games. You can't see it right now, and we shouldn't, but we're going to end up winning 7 games. And we're going to look up, and we're going to have the 11th, 12th pick in the draft, and that's not good enough to get you any of these quarterbacks. And so you end up right back in the same spot. But we're number one right now. At least we're one at something. Unfortunately, it's not going to be that way for long. That's the frustrating part. John Cedillo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, hey, Lou, I feel for you. I was in a similar place and was dejected after the Dallas playoff loss to San Francisco. At least that was a playoff game, though. We're dejected after a regular season game against a team that was handing us the football game numerous times at 1-3. It's not the same. I appreciate the condolences, though, and the sympathy, John. I really, truly do. But yours came in a playoff game. At least you won the division and played in a playoff game. You lost in epic fashion, and that hurts. Trust me. I get it. Or maybe I don't get it. I've watched this team lose playoff games, and it hurt. That Tampa Bay game in 1999 hurt like hell. So, yeah, I've been there, done that. But it's a playoff game. It hits different. It's supposed to hit different. Not a week 5 game in October against a team that's not very good, and you're just trying to fight to keep your season relevant. But again, I appreciate the sympathy, John Cedillo. Thank you for that super chat. Future Millionaire, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, thanks for the free therapy session, Lou. Needed it with this awful coaching. Again, thank you guys for listening. All right. I really do appreciate y'all because it helps me too. I was going through it after the game. When he first threw that pick, I was in total disbelief. Like, I was beside myself. Like, you know how you see those fans at the college football games, got their hands in their head and they become a meme, or they just look disheveled and befuddled at the outcome. I would have been one of those fans at that moment because I always make fun of those fans at home. Like, oh, you're a meme, dumbass. I would have been a meme because I literally had my hand on my hair and I'm like, and I'm waiting for the official or the commentator to say there's a flag on the play. Like, somebody bail me out. Somebody tell me that this is not reality right now. We did not just lose this game. We had it 1st and goal from the 2 with 19 seconds. Please tell me that we did not get a 4th snap from the 2. Please tell me that this is not true. And nobody was coming to save me. They put the final score at the Titans are running down the field. And I'm literally standing there. My knees are weak. I was prepared to go get my burgundy, my white shirt, my burgundy hat, and hang up the white banner. And I was prepared to be jubilant about all of the positives that I saw from today's game and how we can carry those over. You don't have a lot of time to celebrate this win. All right, got a quick turnaround on Thursday night against the Bears. Hell, I'm not even looking forward to that game now. Red Wing 01, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, when you're in a time-wasting competition and your opponent is Ron Rivera, he's got all day. He's got all day. You're not going to outlast this dude. You're not going to outlast him. Mr. Liberty, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, need me to get your Uber ready. Ron's plan over. Yeah, I've had a couple of people. I'm a Lyft guy. I don't really support Uber. So if you could get me a Lyft, that'd be awesome. I would really appreciate that. Again, tell them to look for the guy dressed in all black like the Omen, who looks like he hasn't eaten in 2 days and looks disheveled. That's me. I'll be walking on the side of the road. Hunter Hodovic, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, T, I'm sick. For the last 4 weeks, family and friends have been asking me why I'm a fan of this team. The only answer I am able to give is because of Sean Taylor. Rest in peace. This is getting tough now, I'm not going to lie. Everyone has their why. Everyone has their why as to why they're a fan. We all have how we became fans and then why you remain a fan. Because it's easy to check out. And they've given us plenty of excuses and reasons, whether you were a Redskins fan and you're like, oh, but that's it for me. I'm not a fan of the Commanders or the football team. Or, you know, you're one of those, until Snyder leaves, nothing's going to change, so I'm out. Or I'm not supporting until they get a new stadium. There could be a number of different ways you could carry this. Till they give me something to cheer about, I'm not cheering for this team. It's the same shit every year. So they've given you plenty of ways to get out if you want out. My thing is, there's nowhere for me to go. I'm stuck. Like a family with nowhere to go and it's a hurricane coming smack dab for you. There's nowhere for me to go. I'm just going to stay in my house, get in my tub, and hope that I can live to see tomorrow. As a fan, I got nowhere to go, man. There's no recourse for me. I'm not a quitter. I got nowhere else to go. I got nowhere else to turn. This is my team. Unfortunately, it's my team. And I mean, what am I going to do other than take the abuse that's coming? I'm dreading doing I mean, I'm not tripping because I don't run from nothing, but I'm dreading doing the Super Friends stream. At least the Giants were always right there with us. You had company. Misery loves company, right? We suck, the Giants suck. So, hey, the Cowboys and the Eagles can have their conversation, and the Giants and us will just sit back and chill. Giants left our ass. It was fun when Joe Judge was there. They went and got a real coach. Something that we're not going to do. So we're going to be stuck here. And again, the only reason they got rid of Joe Judge is because he was so pathetically bad. Ron's never going to be pathetically bad. He's going to be the definition of what Bruce Allen considered close. Okay. And that keeps you with Jay Gruden as your head coach for 5 years. Close. That's going to keep Ron here for probably 5 years. Close. V Chow, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. V Chow writes, is it me or does Terry not get as many targets as a star wide receiver should? I think the blame is 70-30 Scott Turner, Carson Wentz. There's some fair. I watched Justin Jefferson. You don't think the other team knows Justin Jefferson's getting the football? They played against the Bears today. Justin Jefferson had 10 catches in the first half for over 100 yards. And I get it. Justin Jefferson is a 1 of 1. He's a 1v1, right? Terry is not Justin Jefferson. I'm aware of this. But if you want to get a guy, and I've said this already, and we hear their excuses every week. If you want to get a guy, just like when you're at the 2-yard line, if you want to get a guy the ball, you can get a guy the ball. If you want to get a guy the ball, you get a guy the ball. I would have been on first down. I would have rather them had Terry in the slot or Curtis in the slot, put 2 receivers you trust out there and throw a bubble screen, a slot screen to one of the receivers, let the 2 other receivers block and see if you can't run it in. And I get it. If you get stopped, could be the ball game. I would have been willing to try that. Anything but the shit we did. But again, Scott Turner, man. You know what? I'm going to check real quick to see how many targets Terry had. As you guys have been making a big stink about it. And I bet you it's not as bad as you guys think. Would you like more attempts? Sure. But let's see. Terry had 6 targets. So the most on the team was 8 in this game. I mean, again, we got a lot of dudes. So Terry had 6. Curtis Samuel had 8. J.D. McKissick had 7. Diami had 4. Gibson had 4. Turner had 3. Bates had 3. And Cam Sims had 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys were targeted. And that's usually the number for us, 8 or 9 guys targeted each and every single week. So look, you only got so many opportunities. Wentz threw it how many times in this game? 38 times. 38 divided by 8. You average out about 5 targets per guy. And again, not everybody's getting equal targets, but I mean, it's a lot of dudes, right, to get the football to. So I didn't have a problem with Terry's activity today. Would I like him to get more opportunities? Sure, I would. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, the offense moved. The problem for us was 3rd down today. Again, we didn't convert our first 3rd down until the final drive of the game with like 30 seconds left. Literally. 27 seconds or whatever it was, when Curtis Samuel caught that pass and got out of bounds, was our first third down conversion. We were 0 of 9 up until that point. We were 1 of 11 in the game. That's where the problem is. And if you ask me, when should you be going to Terry? That's when you should be going to Terry. And then there were a couple of third downs. It's like 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, and we're throwing the ball 12 yards down the field. It got batted one time. De'Ami Brown looked like he was open over the middle of the field. Another one we went for it on 4th down, and it got tipped again. And I'm like, we need 4 yards. Why do we keep throwing it 18 yards down the field? Again, situational awareness, man. I can't. DeAndre, 24. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, run the ball on the 2. If you on 1, if you don't get it, you spike it. It's just too risky. You run it, it's in that pile. You got 5 guys on top of you. The Titans are not rushing to get up, and the referees are going to do their best to try to unpile that thing, get the football, get it spotted, but it's just too risky of a proposition. Running it wasn't an option until 4th down. They could have run it on 3rd down if they want to, but if you run it on 3rd down, you're essentially saying the game's over if we don't get it, which I wasn't a fan of. You throw it 3 times, and on 4th down, then you can run it. Now the run, and I would have run it on 4th down. Obviously, you can't throw it. You tried 3 times, and it didn't work. So I would have run it on 4th down. And if the Titans stopped me, I tip my cap. But we never got that chance, unfortunately. Wouldn't it have been so poetic justice? Wouldn't it have been sweet if you get to 4th down, they give it to Brian Robinson, and in his first game, what a story that would have been. That would have made national headlines. Think about it. Brian Robinson shot less than 5 weeks ago. Makes his first game, his debut in the NFL. And they make so much about this. Oh, my God, what a story. And he scores the game-winning touchdown as time expires. Wouldn't that have been great? But that's too much like right for us, man. We could never, ever write a Hollywood script for this team. Ever. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Carson could have run it himself in on 1st or 2nd. I haven't seen it. I take your word for it. Somebody else said the same thing. He could have run it in twice. I don't doubt that. Carson wasn't looking to run the football in. And again, that's where the baller, the old Carson would have run it himself. It's a different Carson now. He's older. He's been hurt a bunch of times. You know how he got hurt the first time in Philadelphia? Running it into the end zone. All right. You know how he got hurt with the Indianapolis Colts last year? Running for a 1st down. He's not looking to run because he doesn't want to get hurt. So he's not the baller Carson anymore. When he runs out of necessity. He's not running because he didn't like his first read or his second read. He's running because he almost is about to get sacked and he's got to get out of here, and now he's taking off. He's not looking to make something happen with his legs. And again, for the Heineke crowd out there, yeah, Heineke would have probably taken off. Cool. I don't think we're in that position with Heineke, just being honest with you. So there's that. I believe you, though. He probably could have run it in. I wouldn't doubt that. RVA Monarch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, it hurts to see the talent we have do so poorly. I'll take our guys over Giants roster any day, but good coaching makes up for worse talent. Getting people to buy what you're selling is invaluable. Truer words haven't been spoken, RVA. Truer words have not been spoken. And that was the beauty of watching Ron in year one, was he got a group of guys that sucked the year before, and the roster wasn't much better in 2020 to buy in. And again, the rest of it, we didn't win 10 games like the Giants could this year, right? It feels different when you go out and you take a playoff spot. We got a playoff spot that was on the floor that nobody else wanted, so we picked it up. Like the Giants are playing like they want to take a playoff spot this year. That's different than anything we've ever seen with Ron Rivera here in 3 years. I couldn't agree with you more. I'll take our talent over the Giants coach talent, but you can't price it. Coaching is priceless, especially when you don't have a dog or an elite level quarterback. Coaching is priceless. It's invaluable. Look at the Patriots. Look at the Patriots. I don't love the Patriots roster. I don't. They won a game where they shut out the same Detroit Lions that put 36 points on our skulls. They shut them out today with Bailey Zappi at quarterback, 29-0. That's not because Bailey Zappi's a baller. That's not because Devontae Parker is a stud. It's because they got Bill Belichick, man. That's why. They don't beat themselves. That's why. They're well coached. That's why. That's why the Giants are 4-1 right now, and we're 1-4. V-Chow, stand up. You're officially the newest member of the MOBB and in the building. So glad to have you, Mob. You know what to do. Welcome V-Chow with open arms. Show them what it's like to be a member of the MOBB. Looking forward to chopping it up with you in the future. I'm so glad to have you, and welcome to the squad. Young Seer 87. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Young Seer 87. Thank you once again for the super chat. Warren Jackson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Warren, who writes, Ron's plan is arms folded and nothing else. That's his move on the sidelines. Yeah, I get it. I mean, that doesn't bother me any. He's old, man. He's old. I don't expect him to be running around like Pete Carroll. He's not Pete Carroll. You know, not many guys are at that age. I'm not gonna kill Ron for, you know, being an arms folded guy. That's his demeanor on the sidelines. You got some animated guys who are running up and down with a ton of energy. That's not Ron. And it doesn't have to be in order to be a good coach. He's just not good. True Eminem, hashtag HTTC. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, LOL, I'm glad that you are out of the car. Ron is driving the laughing clown car from Talladega Nights. We are the laughing stock of the NFL. LOL. And I'm going to look now because somebody said we got the number one pick, which means the Texans won. And if the Texans won and we are now the worst team in football, then we are the laughing stock of the NFL. And the Texans did win 13-6 today. So, yeah, we are the laughing stock of the NFL. We're the worst team in football. There you have it. After 5 weeks of football, your Washington Commanders are the worst team in football. So, yes, we are the laughing stock of the NFL. And you know what? We deserve it. We deserve it. You know, we've played losing football for 5 weeks, and we got lucky that the Jacksonville Jaguars were generous in week 1, or we'd be 0-5 right now. We'd be 0-5 right now. So, you know, a couple of weeks ago, I dismissed anybody that said we'd end up, you know, JP, you know, and I still don't think this is going to happen. I still think there are bad teams in the league just like us that are going to end up losing games, and injuries are going to take effect, things of that nature. And we're going to end up winning some games. Because, again, our schedule isn't – if we had the schedule we had last year, I'd tell you, oh, man, yeah, we're probably going to win, you know, 3 or 4 games. But I just – we're going to luck up, and we're going to play some other bad teams that – like the Titans, they're not good, but they're not terrible. They're not a terrible team like us. And they tried to lose this game, but they've won a ton of football. Mike Vrabel has never had a losing season as a coach because they usually don't beat themselves. They tried today. As hard as they tried. We didn't want to take the victory from them that they were giving us. But they're not the type of team that you beat in games like this because they don't beat themselves usually, right? They tried, but they didn't. You win games like this against the Texans and teams like the Bears because they're bad teams just like we are, and they're going to find ways to lose. That's what that's what the worst of the worst do. But even the Bears, I think, are a better coach than we are right now. I think they're a better coach team, which is why I think they're going to beat us on Thursday. So, hey, you never know. Maybe we might end up with a top 5 pick when it's all said and done. I still think we're going to win 7 games, which you're not getting a top 5 pick with that. But, hey, this season is drunk. So, All the shit that I usually can count on, like the Jets being asked, they're 3-2. You know, the Jaguars sucking. Yeah, they're 2-3 right now, but they've been competitive this year. We'll see what happens with them, but they may end up being the Jags, right? You know, the Texans suck. They're 1-3-1. But they won a game. The Falcons, again, they were competitive today. They lost, but they were competitive. The Seahawks, again, they lost today, but they were competitive. These are teams that we thought were going to be awful. They're not, because they're much better coached than we are. I remember laughing at the Falcons head coach his first couple of weeks as their head coach. Arthur Smith, and thinking this guy's in over his head. He sucks. And the Falcons look like I mean, look, he still struggles. Like, he does some questionable shit as a head coach, but they're competitive. I mean, they're super competitive, and they're not as bad as you think. Right now, I could make a case that not just the record, we are the worst team in football. When I watch the rest of the league, the Texans stink, man. I'm sorry. We're not worse than the Houston Texans. I'm sorry. But I can make a case that we're worse than any other team not named Houston in the league right now. And Carolina, they're pretty damn bad too. I like their defense, but they suck. They suck ass. So Carolina and Houston are the two teams that I'd say we're better than. Everybody else, I think, is better than us. So you could make the case that we could end up with a top 3, top 5 pick. But here's the problem, right? Other teams that we're not thinking about right now are going to have injuries and are going to end up sucking, i.e. the Jets, you know, i.e. the Cardinals could end up stinking this year. Like, they're not playing good football. I don't know what's going to become of the Saints. They don't look all that great, you know. Like, some of these other teams might end up not being as good either. You know, Denver is struggling, right? Who knows what's going to happen with them? I mean, I could go on and on. Cleveland, you know, they lost today. Like, they had their chances. They should be 4-1. They're 2-3 right now. They had their chances. So I don't know. You look around, and I think when it's all said and done, we're going to be right on the outside of the top 10, which isn't good enough to get you the quarterback that you desire. There's one in mind that I have that I really want, and I don't even know if he's coming out this year or not. So anyway, I digress. I'm out of the car, though. That's the most important part. And the Colts suck too. You know, the Colts suck as well. Like, there's a lot of bad, like Tom Brady says, there's a lot of bad football being played right now. And we're leading the pack. So that's why I say, I could see you making a case for that. Ron's never had a team win less than 6 games. I don't see that happening this year. That's why I keep saying he's going to win. He's going to have a 4-game win streak at some point. We're going to be out of it by then, though. That's the problem. DC Fan 88. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. DC Fan 88 writes, let's tank it. Pick first or second, trade the pick for a package deal, and let's pick twice the next 2 years. Again, there's no such thing as tanking in the NFL. I've explained this numerous times. This isn't the NBA or Major League Baseball where you can play bad, right? These guys, the NBA and the MLB have guaranteed contracts. No matter how poorly you play, once you sign your name on that dotted line, you're going to get every single penny of that contract, no matter what. Okay? That's not happening in the NFL. You suck, and your contract can be snatched away from you tomorrow. So you can't afford to go out there and half-ass it. And the coaching staff can't bench guys that are playing for contracts to put a bunch of guys in there that suck. Because if they suck too bad, you're going to get fired as a head coach. Same thing with GMs. You won't be around. You know, we keep talking about trust the process. Remember Sam Hinkie in Philadelphia with the 76ers, trust the process? He wasn't around. They were so bad, he wasn't around to see it through when they actually started playing well. That's what happens in the NFL. You suck bad enough, you might be talking about trust the process. You won't be around to see the process through. So there's no such thing as tanking in the NFL because everybody's out here playing for their livelihood. Their job is on the line every single week. So you can't afford to go out here and put anything but your best foot forward. It'd be nice. We just need a quarterback, man. I'd give up just about anything to go get a quarterback. Because if you put a above average NFL quarterback on this roster right now, we're 3-2 right now. You put a really good NFL quarterback on this roster right now, we're 3-2. Bare minimum. Maybe 4-1. Because we could have beaten Detroit. We could have beaten Dallas. And we should have beat Tennessee. The only game that I don't know if having a quarterback would have made a huge difference is Philadelphia. And maybe it would have, because there were opportunities to check it down and get rid of the football. Maybe a better quarterback does that, and Philadelphia isn't teeing off on that quarterback. But that's nor here nor there. I'd give anything for a quarterback, because that's what gives you a real chance to win in this league. Despite your owner and your coaching staff, you get a quarterback in here, and he's going to supersede anything that is going on with the organization. That's what we've seen in the worst of the worst organizations in this league. That's how the Colts made it out of the debris. That's how the Arizona Cardinals came from being one of the worst franchises in football to having a chance. That's how Cincinnati came from being the Cincinnati Bengals to, oh shit, the Cincinnati Bengals. You need one of those dudes. Problem is, we haven't had one of those dudes here in probably 70 years, since Sonny Jurgensen. I think the last time you could even remotely think a dude was close to being something like that was Joe T. You got to go back to the 80s. Shit's a joke, man. We haven't had a semblance. Name one other franchise that can say the same thing, that hasn't had a semblance of a franchise quarterback in that same time period. Hell, even the Browns had Bernie Kosar, and it was probably right around that same area with Joe Theismann, but he was late 80s into the early 90s. Shit, at least they had Bernie Kosar into the 90s. We're the only franchise that I can think of off the top of my head that hasn't had a semblance of a franchise quarterback. Kirk Cousins, Mark Rippon. Those are your two. Leno Ryan Benvenite. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, scraped up, but yeah, I jumped out after that pick. Yeah, man, I got out too. It's unfortunate because, again, I didn't see that pick coming. I thought Carson was smarter than that. And I was cussing him slam out after first down when he lobbed that balloon ball into the back of the end zone. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, man? What are you doing? Are you trying to lose this game? There wasn't a receiver in sight. What are you, man? If you don't throw that thing 3 rows into the stands, what are you doing? He got away with that one. He didn't get away with the third down one, though. And that's what I say, okay. The first one, I don't know what the hell you were thinking, but you got away with it. You better make amends for it. Make me forget about that one. He just made me think about it even more after throwing a pick on third down. So I'm done with Carson. Mentally, he just doesn't have it. I struggle with that. I struggle with look, if you got physical limitations like Taylor Heineke does, it ain't shit you can do about that, man. It just is what it is. But when you got all the physical gifts and it's a mental thing, I struggle with that. Because you were blessed. You have the ability to get it done, but mentally, you just don't have the capacity. I struggle with that. And that's where we are with Carson. Young Seer 87. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Young Seer 87 writes, D played like they were ready to back Allen's words up. The D played well enough for us to win. I've said that 3 times this year in losses. Defense gave us a chance. Gave us a chance against Philadelphia. I know you don't want to admit that. That's fine. They gave us a chance against Philadelphia. They gave us a chance against Dallas. They gave us a chance today. I still feel like they let us down in some crucial situations, but all in all, you give up 21, you got a shot in this league. You know, and I've said this a number of times. You're not going to win a lot of games scoring 17 points. It was a miracle that we won 2 games last year scoring 17 points with the same exact score, 17-15. It's hard to do in this league. You want to win, you got to score some points. So you deserve to lose when you give up 21 and you can only muster 17. Chris Bloomfield. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Chris writes, last drive, 2nd down, 2-yard line. Look at the replay. Carson could have ran that in himself. That's the J.D. McKissick throw when he tried to sling it in there. Again, I'm not doubting that, guys. I'm pretty sure when I go back and watch, I'm going to see exactly what you guys are talking about. He didn't want to run. Okay? I mean, I don't know what else you want me to say. Carson doesn't want to run. When he's run this season, it's been with a gun to his head. They haven't called one Carson Wentz quarterback keep. They haven't run one read option with Carson Wentz, and he's kept it. He doesn't want to run. When he runs out of necessity. And when I say out of necessity, no, not drop back. Nobody's open. I'm going to take off. He's running when there's pressure and a sack is imminent and he's just barely getting away, and now he takes off. That's not what happened on the last 3 snaps. So he wasn't going to run. So I hear you loud and clear. He wasn't going to run. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Luck writes, it smells like broken promises and crushed dreams out this piece, Lou. Why? Why? Emotional damage, Lou. Emotional damage. Help me. Help me. We all right there with you, Luck. We all right there with you, man. I told you how I reacted to the interception at the end of the game. My knees got weak. I felt paralyzed. I couldn't move. I was sitting there in disbelief. My mouth got dry. I couldn't shut my mouth. I was catching flies. It was a week 5 game against the Tennessee Titans. You would have thought we just lost the NFC Championship game. That's how I felt. But that's where we are. We're on pins and needles trying to keep a season that is on life support alive. And we thought, oh, man, we got these defibrillators. All right, clear. And we thought we were going to shock ourselves. And like always, that monitor was going to come back on. Beep, 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 beep. And we were going to come back to life. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. We used the defibrillator, but we weren't able to bring ourselves back. Our season is dead. The only thing keeping it from being pronounced dead is that it's on a respirator. We're not breathing ourselves. This season isn't breathing on its own. It's being assisted right now by a breathing machine. One final loss to the Bears on Thursday, and we're going to go ahead and remove the machine and pronounce this season dead. And then what Ron decides to do from that point on is on him. Whether he decides to go to Heineke for a spark, or if he decides to turn it over to, Sam Howell to see what he's got. It's on Ron. But again, you're asking Ron to do something that he doesn't want to do, which is admit he made a mistake with Carson Wentz. And again, I feel bad for Carson because if the coordinator put him in better positions, we wouldn't be having this conversation. If the head coach put him in better positions, like not wasting a challenge, which then wasted the timeout, you'd have been able to hand it off to your running back, and we'd be talking about what a fantastic day Carson Wentz had. No turnovers for the offense. Wentz was spectacular. We had explosive plays. De'Ami Brown averaged over 50 yards a catch in his ball game. Carson Wentz averaged damn near 17 yards of completion. We'd be talking about that kind of shit. Instead, we're talking about a bad interception thrown, a failed opportunity from the 2-yard line with 3 opportunities, should have been 4. And we're talking about Wentz not getting it. We're talking about this staff we're talking about all the shit that we didn't want to have to talk about this early in the season, but it's in our face. You can't avoid it. Zachary Portnoy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Zachary writes, I was there at the stadium. What an awful moment. I can only imagine how the life was sucked out of the stadium. If I were there, I would have sat down in my seat and I would have sat there probably for 30 minutes after the game was over in just utter disbelief. Because I had a responsibility, I couldn't just stand there and not do anything. I had a show to get ready for. So that's why I said you guys helped me more than you think. I would have sat on my couch in utter disbelief for 30 minutes if there was no show to do. But I had to move on. So, and I knew it was going to be a Washington crowd today because the Titans, they're the Titans. Their fans aren't traveling to Washington, even though it's not that far of a commute. They're not traveling to Washington to see the Tennessee Titans, similar to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I guarantee you when we play the Packers in 2 weeks, they're going to absolutely take over the stadium. It's going to sound like a Packers game. I mean, and that probably was going to happen regardless of whether we were the worst team in football, which we probably will be at the time of that game, or we were good. The Packers just traveled well. Carlton Bogano Jackson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy CPJ writes, sorry, Lou. Efron and Scott. Bad time management and play calling. 2-yard line for B-Rob, at least on first down. Again, I will disagree. Agree to disagree. You can't run it on first down. I think you could have entertained the thought of running it on third, though. Again, if you ran it on third and you don't get it, the game's over. You run it on first and you don't get it, maybe the game's not over, but I'm going to tell you right now, you really severely limit how many opportunities you have. You may get one more shot at the end zone if you run it on first down and you spike it on second down. You might have like 2 seconds left, 3 seconds left, if that. And so you just limit the game. Like, you want more time and more downs, not less. Running, to me, doesn't come into play until that third down snap with 9 seconds. But if you don't get it, the game's over. To me, you throw it 3 times. Fourth down is the only opportunity you really had to run it. Because no matter what happens, either you win or the game's over. There's no other snap where that has to be the outcome. Not on first down, not on second down, not on third down. The only down that you run this, and if you don't get it, the game's over anyway, is fourth down, which is why, to me, the only down in which it's okay to run it with no timeouts is fourth down. So we disagree on that. I don't think they did the wrong thing. I just don't like the play calls that were made. Jay Hunter Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jay Hunter Lee writes, is William Jackson done? I mean, is there any coming back from this? He got benched today. That told everyone how they feel about him. I think he's done after the season. I don't know what his, guarantees look like and if they can get out of the deal or whatever the case may be. But we've long been disappointed with William Jackson III. He was another guy that I was really hopeful for this offseason. Like, you remember at the end of last year, he started to show us that, he was starting to get it and he was turning a corner. And he's regressed back into the William Jackson III we saw at the beginning of last year, who, was just, penalty riddled, inconsistent, not tackling well. And so, again, I just look at Ronald Darby, and I know he's done for the season in Denver. He tore his ACL, but I just look at Ronald Darby, and I'm saying Ronald Darby wanted $10 million. You told him no, and then you went out and got William Jackson III and spent more money for a guy that you don't even have playing in the game for you right now. And I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, what's done is done. Can't cry over spilt milk. But they made a mistake. And how many times can we say that about Ron's tenure? He made a mistake. We find ourselves saying that quite often, and that's going to get you beat. So I think he is done, for the record. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Luck writes, wah! I'm about to cry. I got to poop. Yeah. Watching that last play was like taking a dump on all of us as fans. That's what it felt like. Like Scott Turner, Carson Wentz, and the Tennessee Titans just took a big dump on us as fans. That's what that felt like. Let's see. Got any grapes? Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, just leaving the stadium with my little ones. The offense is the issue, but the O-line was better. Defense stood up. Sims knew he didn't catch that. Cost us a timeout, which we needed at the 1 yard line. He didn't know he didn't catch the ball. He thought he made a great catch. Every receiver that catches a ball like that thinks they caught the football. It is your job as a coach to not get caught up in a player telling you, I caught it, but to rely on the guys sitting upstairs with an opportunity to look at it in slow motion over and over again. And again, it's not like with the Eagles situation where the Eagles are in control. They can hurry up to the line and snap it before you get to throw it. And so you got to throw it without really knowing. We are on offense. We control what happens here, okay? We control the outcome, whether we decide to snap it. In the meantime, y'all go in the huddle. It's 4th down. Y'all get prepared to run this next play. I'll keep figuring out whether or not we need to challenge this or not. But let's just go about this as if we didn't get it. We didn't catch it. And I'm upstairs listening to the guys in my ear to tell me whether I should challenge this or not. The referees, again, he had extra time on this play because the referees didn't know if it was a catch or it was incomplete. They had to huddle and come up. So he had time upstairs to allow those guys to look. And he allowed the emotions of the situation. And I also think, because Ron is notorious for doing this, he allows a past situation and outcome to impact future decisions. Because he didn't challenge against Philadelphia, he's like, I got to throw the challenge flag. That was a mistake on my part. The last time, I won't let that happen again. Totally different circumstances. Second, that was a first half play in the Philadelphia game. That was on defense, so you got to make a decision and make it quick. This is on offense, and it's in the second half in the 4th quarter of a game where you can ill afford to use and waste a timeout. And in my mind, you shouldn't have been there in the first place, because the reason you even consider challenging it is because it's 3rd down. And if you don't get it, now it's 4th down. If Scott Turner runs the football on 2nd or 3rd down, or Antonio Gibson catches the football on 2nd down, you're not even in that predicament, because if that's a 1st down drop or non-catch, do you still challenge that? No. You only challenge that because you want the 1st down. You need the 1st down, because what happens? We challenge it, we don't get it, and then we pick up the 1st down and we still proceed to drive down the field anyway. It wasn't about the yards, it was about the down. We needed the 1st down. But Ron has to understand it's 4th and 1. Again, up here. It's where we lack here in Washington. We lack it up here. We lack it up here. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Luck, right? Season tickets for sale, 341 parking, gold end seat. I've gotten a lot of that. I had my guy Hawk say, "Hey man, can you retweet this on your Twitter?" He was packaging up seats, selling them. I'm still giving them away. So Luck is telling y'all, if y'all are looking for some tickets, he's got some available. I think Rodgers is the last really big draw. I don't think anybody else is coming. That last year was awesome. You had Mahomes, you had Brady, you had Wilson. Like, all these dudes came to FedEx. You had Justin Herbert last year coming to FedEx. It was a star-studded affair last year. I think Rodgers is the last dude that you are really looking to see coming to FedEx this year. So that'd be your best bet, is the Packers game. But anyway, I digress. Billy A, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Billy A writes, I'm rooting for 3 and 14. I need a whole new staff, starting with the GM. Do not go coach-centric again. Get someone from the Bills, and then he gets a coach. Here's the problem. You're assuming that you're trusting that Daniel Snyder is going to find that guy. Do you really trust Daniel Snyder to fire Ron Rivera, which means you just fired his entire staff, and then go out and handpick a new general manager? One that's going to come in here and find the next big thing at the coaching position and then build us a roster that is a winner. Do you really have confidence in Daniel Snyder's ability to do that? This is why as a fan, you fall into this cycle of hopelessness. because you can't the reason we're even in this spot is because of Daniel Snyder. The last good decision he made was hiring Joe Gibbs 2.0. He then hired Jim Zorn after initially looking to hire Jim Fossil. We revolted and we got Jim Zorn, so that was egg on our face. He then somehow manages to get Mike Shanahan. I don't know how the hell he managed to do that, but he gets Shanahan, which is a great hire, but he F's it up, choosing the quarterback over the coaching staff. Look how many coaches came from that tree. Look how many coaches came from that tree. But because he wanted to choose a 24-year-old over a 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach, we ended up with Jay Gruden. Then you had Sean McVay, and I'm not going to have revisionist history. I wanted Jay to stay here. He just had come off of 2 straight winning seasons. No other coach had done that. I think when Sean got plucked from us was in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. 2016, rather. That offseason, after we won the division at 9-7. And I think Sean got plucked that next year in 2016. I think. And I was like, nah, Jay just came off of a division crown. I'm not running. And Chris Cooley told us Sean McVay is a savant. He's the next big thing at head coach. He's brilliant. He'll get a job. And he got a job. And I wasn't in favor of that then. Obviously, hindsight is 2020. And so, yeah, I would much rather have, Sean McVay. But again, you had Bruce Allen here, and look at the decisions that were made. Then he gets rid of Bruce, gets Ron here, and tries to pin everything on Bruce. No accountability whatsoever. You really think that guy, that same guy, no accountability Dan, is going to find us a GM with chops that's going to then find a head coach that's the new next best thing and then get us the players that we need to turn us around? You really think that's going to occur? The only shot that we have to get out of purgatory is we got to hit a grand slam in the draft at quarterback. That is our only chance. Period. If Ron were to get fired next year, all we can do is be hopeful that they get it right. But you're asking Daniel Snyder. There's no GM. There's nobody in place. It's Daniel Snyder going through a GM or a head coaching search by himself. There's no way that's going to turn out favorable for us. No way. It hasn't in 25 years. Let's see. Rob you, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rob you, thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. Lou, if Carson wants to shut up critics, you take your team down for the walk-off victory. Shaking my damn head. I was thinking the same thing in the moment. Like, Carson, this is an opportunity for you to start changing the narrative here in Washington. This is the first step in doing that. You want to change the narrative here in Washington? Here's your opportunity. Score a touchdown on this drive. And he was well on his way. And then he got to the very bitter end and he choked it away. Any bit of goodwill he had on that drive, he pissed it away with not one, not two, but 3 poor decisions, including the one to J.D. McKissick that you guys say he could have ran in. I didn't see it, but trying to fit it into that little hole, he got lucky that didn't carry him up into the air and get picked off before the 3rd down pass got picked off. He tried to throw a pick on the first one. Jay Hunter Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, change the name again to the Washington Murphy's Law. Anything that will happen here in Washington. It's ridiculous. Anything that can go wrong. The Black Al B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Black Al B writes, yo, Lou, I know you're angry, but don't you dare jump the Vikes with the Indies and the Jags of the world. I didn't mean to lump you in there, right? I talked about the two divisions that we were playing this season, and your Vikings are 4-1. I don't respect your 4-1. I'll just say that. Could have easily lost to the Bears today. Could have easily lost last week to Detroit, or New Orleans, excuse me. And then easily could have lost to Detroit. Like, you could be 1-4. You're literally the margin of error. Again, I said this in the NFL, the margin of error is like this. But you found ways to win. Congratulations. But you're a beatable football team. But then again, everybody that doesn't have an elite quarterback or elite coaching staff is beatable. But I to your point, I don't mean to disrespect you and lump you in with 1-win, 0-win teams, things of that nature, okay? There are no 0-win teams. The Texans won today. I don't mean to lump you in with 1-win teams. That's disrespectful. I apologize, okay? Mistakes were made. That said, you're a part of the NFC North. That's a division with Detroit, Chicago, and Minnesota, and Green Bay, all teams that are very beatable this season. So that's why I brought you up, not to disrespect you and lump you in with Tennessee and Indy and Houston and Jacksonville, but those, I said it before the season started. I meant it, and now that I've seen the first 5 weeks, I feel even better about the statement I made prior to the season. If you're serious in the NFC East about winning the division, you need to go 6-2 versus those two divisions combined. You're allowed to lose one game in each division, or 2-1 and none in the other. But 6-2 is the worst you can do. And everybody goes to Green Bay immediately, but this is not the same Green Bay team. So maybe it is Minnesota that you lose to. I'm not saying, I'm just saying you can't lose more than 2 games. We're not serious. We've already lost to Detroit and Tennessee now. That's 2 right there. We're going to lose to somebody else. Green Bay, Minnesota, Indy. We're going to lose to somebody else. We had our chances, but we've shown our colors already. We've shown our ass. I meant no disrespect, Black Al B. DJ23. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I'm not even mad anymore. I'm just disappointed in everything. All blame on Ron. He built this house and now it's falling apart. That's why I didn't rant today. I don't have any energy for mad. I can be disappointed though, because disappointment usually comes when you become resigned to the fact that your season's done. You had to win this game. This wasn't a must win, but this was as close as you could get to towing the must win line without crossing it, that you just needed to win this game. They could go beat Chicago next week, get to 2-4, and then not be lifeless. But again, I don't really know what beating Chicago next week does, other than stops your 4-game losing streak. Because all I think you're going to do is the next week lose to Green Bay. And then after that, the week after that, I think you're going to go to Indy and potentially lose to a bad Colts football team. And after that, if you beat them, you're going to come back home and lose to a Vikings team. Kirk Cousins returning to the scene of the crime. And then I'm not looking forward to this at all. Then you got to go to a funeral on Monday Night Football to Philadelphia in week 10. So, I mean, it doesn't end. It just gets worse and worse and worse. So, anyway, I digress. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I used to think my life was a tragedy, but then I realized it's a comedy. Not your life. This team isn't your life. This team is, you thought it was a tragedy. It's really a comedy. You know, don't lump yourself in with this team. You're too good of a person to do that. You don't need to do that. This team is a separate entity. We root for this team. This team does not define us. It just sucks because we pour so much in to our fandom. And we're never rewarded for the blood, sweat, and tears that we invest. The money, time, and energy that we invest. We're never rewarded for all of the things that we bring to the table. All we get is disappointment. Murakami Official. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, what did you think of Sadiq today? I thought the offensive line as a whole was solid. I thought that the 2 guys that let us down today were Nick Martin and Andrew Norwell. I thought Sadiq Charles was really good. I really didn't hear of him getting himself into any trouble. He didn't pick up any penalties. He didn't give up any pressures necessarily. And I will go back and watch, and he may have given up a pressure or two. But the Titans today overall didn't really get to the quarterback all that often. So they had 3 sacks in the game. But one of them was Carson Wentz. Again, this is the mental part of the game he just doesn't get. He runs out of bounds. He's out of the pocket, and he ends up sliding out of bounds at the line of scrimmage. That's a sack, bro. Throw the ball away. Don't charge a sack to your line's account. Where's the psychological sense in that? Again, you need to wash your face and get your mind right. He's just not what you need your quarterback to be, which is at all times thinking 2 steps ahead. He's just never thinking ahead. Oh, I'm out of the pocket. I'm not going to turn the corner on this defender. I should throw this ball away. Even if you got to do it left-handed. Throw it away. You're at the line of scrimmage. Throw it away. I thought Sadiq played well. Obviously, I got to go back and watch. But I'm gonna go out on a limb. First blush, Sadiq played well. Kenny Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Kenny, who writes, they put the dub in our hands after the PI, LOL. I told you they served it up on a platter for us. And I already gave you the reenactment of how the conversation and dialogue went between Tennessee and us. And simply put, we didn't want to take an opportunity away from the Titans to go have themselves a season. We know we're going to waste the shit. This dub is insignificant if they give it to us. Well, both of us got to be 2-3. You go ahead and have it. You got a chance to win your division, man. Go do your thing, Tennessee. We'll be watching and rooting for you the rest of the season, man. Y'all go do something with this dub. You hear? Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Rob, writes, they have to get Norwell and McCain out of there. Forrest needs to be the opposite, the safety opposite of Curl. But they're still in 3 safety sets often. So even if you do that, McCain's still going to end up on the field. I'd rather McCain be further away from the line of scrimmage than closer. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Again, you just don't have enough guys. This is where Percy Butler's supposed to come into play. He's hurt, and they don't trust him yet. So if you want Curl or if you want Bobby McCain off the field, Percy Butler's going to have to develop. Percy Butler's hurt right now, and they don't trust him. So Bobby McCain's not going anywhere. I agree, though. I trust 22 much more so than I do 20. But what can you do? They're going to put 3 safeties on the field. They love that set. Norwell, again, I've already talked about that. You know, Wes Schweitzer on the mend, you really don't have any depth to be pulling Andrew Norwell out of the game right now. And I don't think he was that terrible, but you can do better, much better than Andrew Norwell. We can all admit that. Nick Caps, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Nick Caps writes, hello, you better get back in the car. I heard that boy Jeffrey's out. I'm not getting back in the whip, but it's not safe out here on these streets. I probably do need to get in somebody's vehicle. Okay. It's not safe to be out here in these streets, but I'm safer on these streets walking than I am in the car with Ron, because that shit is definitely about to crash and burn. So I'm better off walking and trying to steer clear of any foolishness out here. Will Morris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Will Morris, writes, it's been like since 94 when Norv was coaching. Same offense, same infuriating results. Get your hopes up and then crush your dreams. Do we start Sam to get him some game experience? That's the logical thing to do, Will. The problem is they're not going to do that. Ron can't admit this early in the season that the Carson Wentz experiment, in which you gave up a 3 last year and a 2 potentially this year, but definitely a 3, no worse than a 3 this year, and gave up $28 million in cap space, which forced you to cut guys like Eric Flowers, Landon Collins, and Matt Ioannidis. You can't admit that. You can't admit that getting Carson Wentz cost you draft capital, cost you cap space, and forced you to make a position weaker that wasn't weak last year. You could argue, oh, well, Brandon Sheriff is no longer here. That's why the offensive line is weak. Bullshit. Okay, bullshit. We've played without Brandon Sheriff before. We'd be just fine without Brandon Sheriff if you didn't go out and remove Eric Flowers and replace him and Sheriff with two, pretty much 30-year-old washed up guards from Carolina in the heyday when you were in Carolina. Both of those guys in their last stops were awful. For Trey Turner, his last 2 stops, he was awful. And you thought that it would be different here because you reunited them with John Matsko. But you don't want to sign any 30-year-old players or players approaching years old at any other position. You'll keep going out and getting young corners, young defensive tackles. You'll go young at linebacker. Well, you won't go young at linebacker. You keep going and recycling linebackers. But you won't go get some veteran corners, though. Shit makes 0 sense to me. No, I don't think they're going to play him anytime soon. I don't think they're going to play him. Rob Yu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Rob Yu, writes, the play calling and time management are baffling. I told you the sense of urgency on that last drive was frustrating because I'm like, dude, you do know we got to go 91 yards, right, for this touchdown. And we move in like, it ain't like 3 minutes left on the clock. I'm like, we got a long way to go. And unless the Titans give up another big play, we're going to have to meticulously matriculate this ball down the field. You guys need to start moving with a little bit of urgency here. We huddling up and shit with 2 minutes and some change left. Like, what are y'all doing? Come on now. Let's get some tempo going. Off to Another World. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Off to Another World. Thank you for the super chat. Who writes, Carson is a dime piece with a dead tooth in his mouth. He also suffers from excessive gas and clutch time, but the Commanders still hitting it. Shaking my head. I can just tell you this. Carson, he looks the part, and you feel like, man, if I could just XYZ, if I could just XYZ, and I'm at the point now where I'm looking at Carson and I'm like, don't save him. He don't want to be saved. Don't save him. He don't want to be saved. Like, you look at him and he dancing in the strip club. You've talked to him. You're like, he's got a good personality. She's got a good personality. She's in the strip club and she's better than that. And you feel like if I just go and rescue her, I can change her. But as you get to know her, you realize there's a lot more here. There's a lot more faults here than just a little conversation while you're getting a lap dance. It's a lot more to this, and a pretty face and a banging body. There's more to this story than that. And at some point, you got to realize everybody can't be saved, right? And again, I feel so bad for Carson because he didn't plan on coming here and throwing it 40 times a game. He didn't plan coming here and having a bullshit ass offensive line in front of him for the first 4 weeks of the season. He didn't plan on coming here and having the coordinator not be able to get the job done in an effective manner. And again, this was his best game. And you get down to the red zone, and because your head coach burned a timeout that would have really been beneficial to you from the 2-yard line, and your play caller couldn't set up a play from 2 yards out to get you in the end zone, you look like you're one of the villains. You're a scapegoat. It's unfortunate because you really played your ass off today. 29-38 for 3 and some change, 2 touchdowns, and then you throw an interception that you had no business throwing. And you shouldn't have been put in a position to throw that interception. But because your play caller is terrible in these types of situations, you end up throwing a pick. And that's on you, but that's also on Scott Turner as well. Terrell Allen, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Terrell writes, why you keep wasting your energy, Lou? Because this is all I know, man. This is all I know how to do. This is all I know how to do. And I love football. I told y'all that already. Even if the Commanders suck, I'm going to keep talking about football. I love football. But I love this team. Unfortunately, I love this team. They don't always love me back, but I love this team. So what can I do? Off to Another World. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. double up, So I read it already. Anytime you make a super chat and you make a mistake, I usually just try to read the next super chat that I run into. But I'll read it again anyway. Carson is a dime piece with a dead tooth in his mouth, which means his breath probably stinks. There's probably some halitosis in there somewhere. A rotten tooth always means your breath stinks. He says, he also suffers from excessive gas and clutch time, but the commander's still hitting it, shaking my head. It's frustrating, man. It's frustrating. Very, 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 very frustrating. But G Style, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. G Style, thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. What it do, Lou? What's up, G Style? It's always on us. I would cut Milne today. That was horrific watching that ball roll and shaking my head. I wouldn't cut the young man behind that. Again, another guy being played out of place that doesn't belong on punts or kickoffs, but because you decided that DeAndre Carter wasn't worth whatever he got from the Chargers, and I don't know how much money he got. It wasn't a whole hell of a lot. He wasn't worthy of being brought back. And so you decided, because we drafted Dax Milne, we're going to get some usage out of him. And if that means putting him on punts and kickoffs, so be it. So you're hurting your team because you decided that my draft pick has to stay. Why does he have to stay here again? Over a guy that proved to you last year that he served multiple purposes? Why does he have to stay here again? Because you drafted him and you want to prove yourself right? Okay, cool beans. Yet another mistake that we charged to the account of Ron Rivera. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Because who else is he going to put back there? Who's he going to put on punts? Who's he going to put on kickoffs? They keep telling us, oh, we can use Antonio Gibson. Well, you didn't use him in the backfield, so what are you saving him for? Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Cole Holcomb is really looking good at middle linebacker after a few rough weeks to start the season. He's coming along nicely. So is Jamin Davis. Those young boys are starting to grow in that position. It's good to see. It's really good to see. Let's see. Hoodie H, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Hoodie H writes, no need to pull over the car. I'm just jumping out. A lot of people just jumped out. And I'm one of those people that was like, yeah, I'm jumping out of this bad boy. And I got up with a couple of scrapes, and it's all good. It was worth jumping out before, like I said, this thing crashes and burns. So I had no problems, walking with a little bit of blood trickling down my elbow and my knee. I'll be all right. A little peroxide ain't never hurt nobody. Benjamin Slade, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Benjamin writes, the end hurt us. Martin is why we lost. Why do I freak out from just hiking the ball? Again, another guy that just struggles with the ability to snap the football. I'll never understand. Like all of these low snaps today, man. I just don't get it. Joe Rockhead J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joe Rockhead J writes, it's like they blew up a balloon, then popped it just as they handed it to an eagerly waiting child. We're that child. You remember the beginning of Despicable Me, where he's making all those balloons and he's popping them for the kids, and then the kid has ice cream and he knocks the ice cream out of the kid's hand before he could take a lick. That's us. It's Charlie Brown with Lucy all over again. We run to go kick the ball. Lucy pulls the ball. We go flying up in the air and fall on our back. We fall for the same shit every year as the banana in the tailpipe I would talk about. Yeah, it's rough. It's really rough. Dr. Ice, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dr. Ice writes, what QB are you looking at in the 23 draft, your favorite? My favorite is the kid from BYU. I've said it already. I'll beat the table for him. Athlete, quick release, accurate, doesn't make mistakes. I'm just trying to hide the kid and hope that feels like he's ready to come out. This is his second year as the starter. He took over for Zach Wilson. I like the kid. I'd really like to see him get an opportunity, but I don't know if he's going to come out or not. He's a junior. He can go back to school if he likes. So I think this quarterback draft class could be loaded, and he could just find himself in the wash, or he could convince himself, hey, if I go back to school, I'll have a better chance of being the top pick the following year, and he could go back to school. So I don't know what he's going to decide to do, but I really like that kid. That's the guy that I would want Washington. I was telling my wife last night, we're sitting on the couch. I said, watching the Notre Dame game, they played BYU. I said, that's the kid I want Washington to draft, but they'll never do it. Spence Kalis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. And just to add on that, I watched him against Oregon early in the year, and they lost that game to Oregon. He was fantastic on the road in Eugene against the Oregon Ducks. They lost that game, but he played his ass off, and that shows me he's not afraid of any environment. He doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't force the issue. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, I'm not going to do anything crazy. 12 touchdowns, 1 interception to this point of his career in the young season in college football. I love this kid, but again, I don't think they're going to take him. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, Spence writes, Louie, I'm done. I went out of the car. This team sucks. Run the ball and we win. 3 dumb throws. We are a joke. I support you, not this effing team. Again, I disagree with anyone that is, you can be upset at the specific play calls. I don't think you can actually be upset with the decision to, because if you run and it works, great. It's a smart decision, but you have to think about risk versus reward. The risk isn't good enough for the reward, because the risk is you run the ball, you lose the game. More likely than not, you don't get another snap. Okay. You scored a touchdown and that's a great reward. You win the game, but you got 3 more downs after first down. You have to think about that. You don't have to run the football. To me, the only down, unless you got to 3rd down and there was only 4 seconds left, and there were 9. So we had time for another snap after 3rd down. The only down running comes into play for me is 4th down. And we never got that opportunity because Wentz decided to throw an interception. So that's the frustrating part, is we never got that chance. Spence Kalis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Double up, who writes, we have no idea what who we are or where we are going. Mr. 20 million needs to make $20 million plays. Where is Terry? You can't blame. Terry made every play. He got a ball over the middle. Carson throws into quadruple coverage that he somehow comes down with. They throw him a pass where we have no timeouts to waste, with 2 timeouts left, but you can't afford to waste one because Ron's already done that. And he's short of the sticks. And this is on probably a 3rd down throw. It might have been a 2nd down throw, but if it wasn't 2nd, it was 3rd down. And he breaks a tackle, makes a beeline for out of bounds and gets the 1st down. Terry made big time plays in this game. I don't really know what more you want from Terry. You know, when the opportunities, he got 6 targets, he made 5 catches. And he drew a pass interference down at the goal line, essentially at the 2-yard line, that set us up to win the game. I don't know what else you want from Terry. He can only control what he can control. If they don't throw him the football, what do you want him to do? All right. Let's see. Got a super chat here from Joe Rockhead J. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Joe Rockhead J, who writes, I'm sitting Carson at some point just to keep that 2nd round pick. I'm not giving up anything more than necessary for this mess. I think they have to get to that point at some point of the season. They have to understand what they signed up for. And they're not bailing on the season. Like, we've bailed as fans, we've bailed on the season. They got 13 games left. They're not bailing on the season in that locker room. Or they got 12 games left. They're not bailing on the season in that locker room. They're 1-4. Ron's not going to let them quit. I know they were dejected in that locker room. It's hard to talk to them and get them to believe after what just transpired tonight, right? But I'm telling you right now, he's not going to allow them to quit on the season. So if you take Carson out, you're waving the white flag, essentially. Because we know what Taylor Heineke is. And if you put the young fella in, you've announced to the rest of the team and the rest of the league that we've punted on the season and now we're trying out a guy. Okay? Like the Steelers, when they went to their 1st round pick quarterback, everybody knows that's the future. So why not get that party started? You're not going to be good this season. So why not get that party started as early as possible? Let Kenny Pickett take his lumps and you move forward. There's no guarantee that Sam Howell's the future. So if you announce to the rest of the team 5 games in that we're done, which is what you would be doing if you put Sam Howell in, then they're going to quit on you. Then you really are trying to get yourself fired at that point. No, you got to keep rolling with Carson and see if you can turn this thing around. And then once you get to a point where you realize we're at the point of no return, that's when you got to sit them down and realize, all right, we got to do what's best for the organization. And from an organizational standpoint, not giving away that second round pick is the best thing you can do. But they're not there yet. They're not at that decision yet. Kenny Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Kenny writes, they literally put the dub in our hands with the PI at the end, LOL. Any other team would have converted. I won't say any other team. I've seen teams fail in that same spot, have 4 chances from the 1 yard line and not get in. I've seen that happen. It's a shame because all we needed was one more timeout. Then you have the ability to run, and I think we could have run it in. But with not having that timeout, the risk of running it was too great, and having the outcome be you get stopped, short of the sticks. And again, the Titans aren't unpiling. That's why I said I would have rather them thrown a wide receiver screen and got in that way, because even if it's a tackle, you got one guy on top of your player, and you can get up and if that guy's holding on to you, they can call delay a game. Whereas if you run it in a pile and there's 11, 12 bodies piled up, in one spot, they got to unpile all those guys, get the ball spotted. Everybody's got to get set. It's impossible. You throw it out wide and you got 3 guys out there and they make a tackle short of the end zone. Guess what? You got one guy you got to get off of. You got to get that football to the official. You'll get another playoff. You couldn't run it and get stopped and think that you were going to get another snap off, though. So I didn't agree with the play calls, the individual calls. I agreed with the approach, which was throw it all 3 times. And then 4th down, if you would have gotten that chance, that's when you could have run it. There are teams in the league that might not have gotten it done, but the good teams, just look at it this way. The good teams find a way to get it in there, and we're not a good team, so that shouldn't be surprising. The Black Owl B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, how about them Phils? NLDS, #Red October. They literally are getting set up for a massacre because the Braves are going to smoke those fools. Tony P56, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Tony P56 writes, maybe this wasn't supposed to be our year. You think? You think? You just figuring that out? John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JP, thank you for the super chat. Writes, I don't know if I can handle another year with this team. Again, it's frustrating. And everybody knows their limits and their levels and what they can take and what they can't take. And so if it becomes dangerous for your health, you need to get out. That's always going to be my stance. So if that's how you feel, then you probably should get out. Take a break. It's okay. They're not going anywhere. They'll be here, right? But I know I'm not going anywhere, so I'm not going to make statements like that. Got any grapes? Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Got any grapes? Who writes, man, roomy as hell in the whip now. Oh, it's a place, plenty of space. For those of you left in the whip, it's a lot of space in there, man. You can spread your legs out. If you want, you can lay down, take a little nap. It's a lot of space in here. But I know I'm not a part of it. J Mart, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, J Mart, writes, first of all, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, epic failure. 4 plays from the 2 and no TD. Seriously? It was 3 plays from the 2. We didn't even get the 4th playoff, which was probably the most frustrating part of the whole ordeal. Was we never got that last snap, which I think would have been a run. And again, I don't trust Scott Turner to make a smart decision there, but you failed 3 times throwing it. I think the Titans would have known that, load up for the run, but I would have much rather seen them run it in that situation than to, try to throw it again for a 4th time and be denied. But we never got that chance. 3 snaps from the 2-yard line. It wasn't 4. Ryan A, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ryan A, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, Rivera won't trade up for a QB either. Sad times. I can't see him doing anything. And honestly, I don't know if I want Rivera trading up for a quarterback. I don't know if I want Ron Rivera being here picking the next quarterback. I don't know if I want him being a part of those decisions. If we don't think he's the long-term answer here, why do you want him picking guys that are going to be a part of the long-term solution moving forward? If he's not, because all that means is the next staff that comes in here is going to have to work with the guy that they didn't choose. Similar to Ron, when he got here, he was saddled with Dwayne. He didn't want Dwayne, but because the last regime picked Dwayne, he had to take Dwayne on for that first year. Why would you want Ron to pick a quarterback that the next coach or GM would have to then decide that they want him or don't want him and try to make it work with that guy? I would prefer Ron to just keep picking positional players and leave the quarterback in that situation to somebody else, unless they can get the guy that I want or one of these elite quarterbacks that it's hard for you to F it up. I don't even think I want Ron and company, making that decision. But again, if you can get an elite quarterback, that would draw people here. If Ron were to get fired and they see a quarterback that they think is young and talented, that makes people want to come take your job. When you don't have a quarterback and you have the organization that we have, it makes it more likely that people are going to pass on this opportunity because they don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. So it is sad times because I can't really see a lot of, things that would make someone want to come here other than an opportunity, which there are only 32 of them, Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Trev writes, Ron on Zach plus Carson snaps, 10,000 reps needed. Yeah, that's Ron's thing. Need 10,000 reps in order for you to be able to create the kind of consistency that you're looking for. He talked about that in 2020 when he was making up all these ridiculous numbers of stuff that you got to have to be able to call, say that you're consistently good at something. 10,000 reps was one of the things he said in 2020 when he first got here. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, what is Scott Turner's issue? Is he a victim of his own mind? These are common sense situations and he blows it. Norwell, he said, Norwell, is it good or Norwell at guard? I think you could have worded that last part better. Norwell, is it good? Norwell at guard. I think you meant Norwell is good Norwell at guard. Anyway, you said you did a better job of that one in the MOBB than you did here, but I get the gist of it. I don't know what Scott Turner's issue is. I think he struggles from situational awareness. Like, obviously what he thinks he's doing is a good idea, but anybody that's watching at home can see that it's not a good idea. I don't understand a guy that's been around football your entire life that knows the game of football as well as Scott Turner. I don't understand why he is so slow to get some of this stuff, why he doesn't see it like we see it. And we're sitting at home, I struggle with. You got Cole Turner, you got Cam Sims, you don't try one back shoulder fade. You got Terry McLaurin. This is a guy you're paying $20 million. He's a tough guy. He makes contested catches. You don't throw him anything. You don't throw a wide receiver screen. You just try to, throw it into traffic. You don't try any combination routes, nothing. I don't understand this. I'm just befuddled. You need your best two-point conversion play. Your best two-point conversion play. And you would have thought he had none. He had none. He got 3 chances to score from the 2-yard line, and he wasn't close. He wasn't close. The great Watubi. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The great Watubi writes, is Wentz the QB in 2023? They are stubborn. He may be. It's a lot of football left to be played. We'll see if Wentz turns it around in terms of the wins and losses. Because in their minds, they could justify Carson Wentz's play to this point of the season. There are a lot of extenuating factors as to why he's played the way he's played. So they could justify his play right now. The biggest issue right now is whether, they want to admit they made a mistake. They want to give up that second-round draft pick. In the rest of the season will kind of play itself out and determine that. If, Wentz continues to struggle, we continue to lose, there's no sense in playing him. And then there's no reason to pick up his tab for 2023 either. You just move on, right? But if they battle back, and as I said before, we end up in the bottom tier of the playoff picture at the end, and you hear that, you see that Chiron, and it says in the hunt, and we're down at the bottom fighting, scrapping, scratching, and clawing, he might be back in 2023. So we'll see. We'll see. Saga Asmaram, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Sam Howell Thursday night. Why not? Because it's a short week. because you can't admit you made a mistake on Wentz this early in the season. There's a lot of reasons. I can give you a bunch of reasons why they won't do it. If anything, it'd be Sam Howell after Thursday night because you have more time to get him prepared, which they're not going to do. I think if you see Sam Howell, it won't be till bye week. It won't be till after the bye week because it's late in the season. You don't have a lot of football games left. And by that time, we'll know if we're good or not. Or even in the hunt, I should say, not good or not, in the hunt. So you will be able to go to him at that point. Commander Pisces Riley, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Jay Gruden said, you missed that fade yet? LOL. Yeah, I mean, we didn't convert them with Jay either, but at least he tried them, right? Damn, we didn't even try one tonight. The great Watubi, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, who writes, Larson at center, Cosme at guard, better line. It is, but they didn't draft Sam Cosme to be a guard. So I don't think they're going to do that. And I'm not asking them to do that either. Leave Cosme at tackle when he comes back. If you want to put your best five, we had this discussion back in the day with Trent Williams and Ty Nsekhe. Trent Williams at guard, Ty Nsekhe at tackle was your best five. But were you really going to take Trent Williams from left tackle? No, you weren't going to do that because that's not what Trent Williams is. That's not what you're paying him to be. Sam Cosme is a tackle. We want him to be a tackle. It's harder to find tackles in this league than there are guards. Leave him at tackle. We'll find a guard, in the draft, but don't move Cosme. He needs reps at tackle, not guard. That was just a worst case scenario. You got no other answers. Then you do that. And if we were having a good season, but we're not. So continue to let that young man play at tackle. I think that's the best thing to do once he gets healthy and is back on the football field. Benjamin Slade, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I had given up on Brown. Maybe I was wrong. I keep trying to tell y'all to stop giving up on players so early in their careers. A lot of you want to write the narrative on a guy after 1 year of football. That's not how this works. Everyone matures at a different rate. I talk about this. I talk about sports being a microcosm of life and how everyone develops and matures at a different rate. Some people have to grow up faster. So you was already thinking like a 25-year-old at 11. Other people, they're 37 years old, still thinking like a 15-year-old. Everybody matures at a different rate. Same thing in the NFL. Some guys hit the ground running right out of the gate. They come in first year, they get it. They're a stud. Other guys need 2 years, 3 years to figure it out. But eventually they do. And some guys just aren't going to figure it out. But you can't make that determination a lot of times. Sometimes you can see a guy sucks. But De'Ami Brown was compromised and flawed when he got here. The one thing he can do, they didn't give him a chance to do in realistic situations last year, which is run and go catch the football. That's his thing. You asking De'Ami Brown to break a dude off at 12 and come back to 10, that ain't De'Ami Brown, okay? You want De'Ami Brown to get the value out of him, do what you did today. Let him go deep and get it to him. We got a guy that can finally get it to him, and now you're seeing him reap the benefits of that. Mr. Liberty, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. Liberty writes, take the time to take the red pill. No more blue pill fans. Tony P56, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Tony P writes, you might want to call out the Super Friends Assemble. They're going to light our ass up, but thanks for being here. You'll always be the people's hero. Oh, I'm going to take one on the chin. I ain't no running from this one. When we get there, they're going to light my ass up, especially LB. But you know what? I'm ready for it. I'm made for this shit. All right. Like Charmin, I'm made for this shit, man. So I'm going to be ready. And it is what it is, man. When you root for a team like Washington and you decide to open your mouth as I did, you know what you're getting yourself into. You know what you're getting yourself into. I knew what I was getting myself into. So I just got to be ready to take it on the chin, man. Best I can. Yin Yang Experience. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Yin Yang Experience writes, I would like to see Reeves or Fuller at free safety. Move McCain. That big play for 75 yards killed our momentum. Play the ball, Bobby. I mean, maybe they could go in a different direction. Maybe they could go Fuller at free safety. But then again, you just bench William Jackson III. What you going to do at corner? Like, again, this is the problem that you run into is you really don't have a ton of options. You could put Jeremy Reeves back there, and maybe he'll be a little bit more disciplined. I mean, that's something to entertain, but I don't think they're going to do that. I really, truly don't think they're going to do that. But that's something to entertain, Jeremy Reeves back potentially playing back there, because I feel like he's one of those dudes that you can count on to do your job. And I think that Jeremy Reeves would do his job. And again, that wasn't terrible coverage by Bobby, but like always with Bobby, he usually takes his eyes off his luggage, and that's how he loses his luggage. Ryan A, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Ryan A, who writes, by the way, we don't have a second round pick next year. We do have a second round pick. That's how you were able to make the trade with the Colts. That you can't give away a pick that you don't have. So that second round pick, we do have right now. We will not have it if Carson Wentz plays 70% of the snaps, however. So we do have a second round pick. We probably won't have a third rounder as of right now, and that could turn into a second rounder. William Rogers Jr., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, DC DeMeco Ryan should be on speed dial. 49ers defense is ridiculous. Franchise needs a young, hungry coach for this roster. I agree. I mean, I would prefer an offensive-minded guy, but with the defensive talent that we feel like we have, especially up front, we should be getting more out of our guys, not less. So I'm all for a defensive-minded head coach. If y'all want to go that route again, I would prefer going offensive-minded. But I mean, at this point, I just want some fresh young blood, man. You know, a lot of the coaches that we've gotten outside of Jay have been older guys. You know, Joe Gibbs 2.0, Jim Zorn, Mike Shanahan, and now Ron Rivera, all older coaches. I would love to see us. But again, do you trust this staff to go out and do you trust Daniel Snyder, rather, to go out and find the new hot young talent? I mean, he's going to hire an agency to help him scout and find, you know, the guys. But does anybody want to come to Washington? I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. Again, there are 32 of these. And so if there are 7 vacancies, Washington's at the very bottom. If I've got opportunities with 4 other destinations, I'm choosing, just like with Matthew Stafford. If I've got options to go elsewhere, Russell Wilson, if I've got options to go elsewhere, I'm going to choose anywhere but Washington. Now, if I don't have any other choices and this is the only option that I have, then maybe you take the job. But, you know, we'll see. Again, that's the thing that I continue to struggle with. But I wouldn't mind DeMeco Ryans. Roland Edward, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Roland writes, clearly coaches have to go. Ron too slow to adjust. Turner too blind to adjust. That's why they put him in the booth. Wentz not the answer. Put Howell in to get experience. Draft only DB, linebacker, O-line. Again, in a perfect scenario, if we were running the show, that's probably the position that we would take. But we're not running the show, and Ron's not going to put Sam Howell in. And I don't think he should put Sam Howell in right now. I think you lose to the Bears, you're 1-5, then you put Sam Howell in. Now you got the time to give him a chance to get acclimated. You got that extra 3 days or so of rest of work he can get him up to speed to implement some things that he's comfortable with. And so, yeah, I think after this Bears game, if we lose, then you go to a Sam Howell. But he's not going to do that because, again, he's not going to wave the white flag to his team because he doesn't want them to quit on him. And if you make a quarterback change to anybody but Heineke, you're signaling to the rest of the team that you're quitting on you're punting on the rest of the season, and now you're going to Mike Shanahan route of we're looking at players and we're developing for next year. And you got a bunch of young dudes that's not trying to hit that shit. So I don't think they're going to go that route quite yet. I don't think you can really even start considering that until after the Bears game, if you ask my opinion. Q is fresh. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, trade whatever and whoever for Justin Fields. No, I will pass on that. Thanks, but no thanks. Joe Rockhead J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joe Rockhead J writes, crying and punching like Trey from Boys in the Hood. I didn't even have enough energy at the end of this game to be punching the air like that at the end. The Code Talker, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you once again, the Code Talker, who writes, I hopped out of the car last week. I'm somewhere up here on the Beltway. The worst part is I came from Carolina. I came here from Carolina. Any suggestions? Oh, man. Oh, that's tough, man. I don't really have any suggestions other than, hey, at some point, I mean, it's a long time to ask you to hang around because I don't think Ron's getting canned anytime soon. But at some point, Ron's heading back to Carolina. You can just hitch a ride with him. But no, I think you're probably going to have to figure out a way to get there. Wherever you go, you're going to probably have to figure out a way to get back there. Just like me, I'm trying to figure out. I don't even know where I'm going. I'm just not going where Ron's going. I don't even know where the hell I'm heading. So I'm right there with you. I'm just as lost as the next man. When you ride in a whip and you think you're going somewhere positive, you're not thinking about plan B because you think plan A is going to work. Rob Yu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Rob Yu writes, Lou, I'm going to be here every week, champ, but as usual, the season is over before Halloween. Looking at all these rebuilding teams turn things around so quickly around the league is even more frustrating. I laughed at the Seahawks when they planned on playing Geno Smith, and they're 2-3. It's not like they're world beaters out here, but they're competent. They almost beat New Orleans today. They smoked they put up 48 on the Lions, who we couldn't even bust 30 on and couldn't score in the first half on. They're not only competent, they're highly competitive and they're dangerous. And we thought they were rebuilding this year. I look at the Jets. They stink every year. They're finding ways to win. It ain't pretty, but they're getting it done. I knew they were going to win today. I picked the Jets to win today, but they're 3-2, man. And people were laughing at Robert Saleh when he said he was going to, start keeping receipts. And look, they may ultimately suck and they may win 2 more games the rest of the season, but they're fighting for him, man. Another young coach with energy, man. Like, that's what I want. A young coach with some energy that's vibrant, that gets it. And we just lack that here, man. We just, and again, it's all about preference. Ron with his arms folded on the sideline, looking like, he needs a shot of Metamucil or something, or Ensure, he needs to, like, he's constipated and needs to use the bathroom, or, he needs some energy, and he needs some Ensure. It doesn't mean that he can't coach. But that's not what I'm looking for right now. That's not what I'm on. He put together this young roster, and this young roster needs some energy. Ron's not providing it. Dynamic Dave, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, Norwell lost us the game. Get him out. I don't know why you said that. Norwell wasn't great. Unless he did something that I missed on those final 3 snaps, I wouldn't put the game on him. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Commanders fans, are you depressed? Are you about ready to quit on the season? Are you questioning your loyalty? Well, no worries. For $5 a month, I will provide you with 05 memoirs. Let's cope together. That was a nice little laugh there. From Fat American. Not many of those to be had today. Al Butts, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Al writes, we have had minimal player issues since Ron has been here. Put him in the front office, sell for picks, and put a roster in place that Sean Payton would be interested in at the 2024 season. If you hired Sean Payton and you got him to come here, it would be with the same package that you got Ron here on. He's coach-centric. He's the GM. He can go hire whoever he wants. He's got final say on roster and personnel. That's what you would have to offer a guy like Sean Payton to get him to come to Washington. And I'm pretty sure there will be other opportunities, other jobs that become available that are way more appealing than Washington. Say the Chargers, because I really don't think their coach Brandon Staley gets it in LA with the Chargers. They should have lost today. He can't keep getting rewarded for doing stupid shit. And so let's say he gets canned. At the end of the season, they're 7-10, 8-9, and they get rid of him, which it's too early to get rid of him if they're that record. But let's just say that they realize that this guy doesn't get it, and they move on from Brandon Staley. You think Sean Payton would take that job or a job coaching Justin Herbert? Again, it's not rocket science, man. If a better opportunity presents itself with a quarterback, because if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a chance in this league. Unless you got the number 1 pick. Part of what Ron Rivera would attracted him to Washington was we not only had a defensive line full of first-round picks that was enticing with Montez Sweat and Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen, we also had the number 2 pick in the draft. So he knew he was getting Chase Young. So he's like, I'm going to make that strength even stronger. And even though we don't necessarily love the quarterback position, we're not letting people score with this kind of defense we're going to put on the field. That was the thought process when he took the job. Okay. So if you've got the number 1 or number 2 overall pick, that might entice someone to come here. But again, who's to say what the future holds for us? Hard to say. Dynamic Dave, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Dynamic Dave writes, sick of how this Ron-led team lacks urgency. Sick of them depending on win streaks which are hard to pull off. First year, KOC led Vikings to 4-1 start. I mean, again, you look at Brian Daboll in New York, 4-1 start for the Giants. You look at even the Bears, who I think are lacking talent all over the place. They're 2-3 and are in every single ball game. And so, yeah, I mean, you look at all these young coaches coming in here, getting an opportunity in situations that aren't. And again, it's hard to compare situations, but this is year 3 of Ron, and we stuck in the same spot we were when he got here. Just a better roster, but same shit. We're doing the same shit over and over again. Queen Sheen, stand up. You are in the building as the newest member of the MOBB. Thank you for becoming a member of the Mob Squad. Y'all know what to do. Show Queen Sheen some love. Welcome Queen Sheen with open arms. Welcome to the squad, Queen Sheen. All right, Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Milk Juke Stiff. Guess we know he ain't got no rhythm. Boy can't move fluidly, bruh. Looks like my grandpa crossing the street and he's in a wheelchair. It's hard watching him try to change directions. But again, I'm not going to use this opportunity to pile on Dax Milne. He's being put in an impossible situation. The guy didn't return a single kickoff return in college. That's not his thing. He was a punt returner sparingly in college, and we're asking him to do both. He didn't ask to do this. He was put in this position, and so he's making the best of it. He's doing his best. I'm not going to kill him for that. He shouldn't even be put in that position. So I put that on the coaching staff for thinking that this young man was capable of doing this at a high level. I've been in a funeral all day. Can I get a rundown on the game? Redneck Rocker 01. I mean, yeah, look, man, it was a game that we had an opportunity to win. You're probably going to just have to watch it, on playback. But there were opportunities. We got off to a slow start. Defensively, we got some stops. Titans scored first. We scored a field goal. It was 7-3, or it was 7-3. We scored a touchdown on the deep ball to De'Ami Brown for 75 yards. It's 10-7. Defense gives up a touchdown right before the half. We allowed Derrick Henry to run for 90 yards in the first half. They were leading 14-10 at halftime. Another De'Ami Brown deep ball touchdown. This time, I think it was from 40-something yards out. That made it 17-14. The very next possession, we give up a 70-yard completion, 65-yard completion to one of their receivers. It was on a broken kind of play, but still shouldn't have happened. They ended up scoring a touchdown. They were 3 of 3 in the red zone, including that touchdown. That was the game-winning score. We didn't know it at the time. We got the football with about 4 minutes left in the game, 5 minutes left. Ron challenges a third down catch that he thought was a catch by Cam Sims. It turned out not to be a catch. It wasn't a catch. Everybody could see it wasn't a catch. Ron challenged anyway, cost us a timeout, lost the challenge. We ended up driving the ball down the field, but because we only had 2 timeouts, we used those 2 timeouts. We needed that final timeout. Terry gets pass interference down the 2-yard line with 19 seconds to go. First and goal from the 2. We throw it 3 times. The third time it gets picked off. We lose the game. That's pretty much the gist of the game. That's the rundown, essentially. Tony P56, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Tony P56 writes, early mocks have us drafting Will Levis at 7. I will vomit if we get Will Levis. He sucks. So again, this is why you don't want to find yourself in that position, because you don't want to make another mistake. Will Levis would be a mistake. Will Levis is not a dynamic NFL quarterback. He's just not. He's not even a dynamic college quarterback. So I want no parts of Will Levis. Let somebody else take Will Levis. Off to Another World. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Off to Another World. Thank you once again for the super chat. Groundhog 7. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Groundhog 7 writes, wide receivers running high school route concepts. Getting open is impossible in the NFL if you always bring in defenders to the play. QB not allowed to check out of a dive play when defense is stacked inside. Come on, man. Again, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that you have to consider. I try not to get too immersed in what a quarterback is allowed to do and not allowed to do at the line of scrimmage. You don't want to be running into a look that the play's already dead on arrival, right? So clearly I get what you're saying, but it's less about that. We haven't been complaining about that a ton. It's less about that, more about when the plays are there to be executed, are you executing them? That's the problem I have. And so if Wentz had been here for 2-3 years, then yeah, he should have more autonomy at the line of scrimmage. He just got here. He just got here. Future Millionaire, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Future Millionaire, double up, thank you for doubling up, rights. WJ3 impersonations get me every time. He's not hard to impersonate. He's a cool dude. I told you, he looks like a dude you could go out, chill, kick it, get a drink with, but not necessarily the guy I want on my team, but that's me. Wilfredo Elias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes 68 is so bad it's worth trying out Chris Paul. I think y'all are looking for a scapegoat. I don't think he was great in this game, and he hasn't been great, but I don't think he was as bad as y'all are making him out to be. I'd have to watch. He got his ass steamrolled. He did, but I don't think he was terrible in the game. I've seen a lot of linemen get their ass steamrolled on plays before. He's not the first. He won't be the last. Just came back from 05. Woo, with 3-2, baby. I can't even be mad at you right now, man. I can't even be mad. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, LOL, people wanting THN at quarterback, bro. No, this ain't 3 flags up y'all. The F. I'm trying to tell y'all, like, it's easy to play that was his first year as a starter, but you saw enough to know that there are limitations that you cannot change. You know what I'm saying? Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, can I climb under a rock and be back in 5 weeks, 5 and 4? Well, if you were back in 5 weeks, we would have played 5 more games. So either we would be 5 and 5, 6 and 4, or we would be worse, 1 and 9, 2 and 8, something like that. Because we've already played 5 games. So if you came back in 5 weeks, we would have played 10 games. But that would be nice, but all's well that ends well. That's what somebody told me. That's not something we live by here in Washington, but anyway. Rob Weta, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rob writes, Lou, I'm 56. I've been a fan since 73, not going anywhere, but feel the frustration. Expected better this year. Like you said, need dogs here. Need aggressive calls on D, and offensive play calls are crap. And that's the part, Rob, that really frustrates me, is that I think Jack's actually doing a really good job this year. I think he can be more aggressive, though. And pick your spots. I'm not telling you, look, your corners aren't great. This was just like the Jacksonville game where you didn't really fear anybody running behind you. This was a game where you could have been a little bit more aggressive, and you could have called more blitzes. And again, pick your spots, okay? The 4-man pressure was getting there. You didn't feel the need to blitz. But on 3rd and 7, I thought that was a chance to heat up Ryan Tannehill. See if you can force him into a mistake. See if you can force them into a field goal and change what you need late in the game. And just think about, instead of needing a touchdown, we would have been tied if they didn't score that touchdown. It would have been 17-17 after the De'Ami Brown touchdown, right? But instead, it would have been 17-17 instead of them taking the 21-17 lead, and then on that last drive, all you need is a field goal. You see what I'm saying? Like, understand who you are. We're not scoring two more times in this game. That's not who we are offensively. We're going to win this game 20-17, 23-21, something like that. So understand who you are. You need to get off the field here on 3rd and 7. They just had an idiotic delay a game where they had no urgency, didn't burn a timeout. They're dying to kick a field goal. So help them. Help them kick a field goal. No, we're going to let Austin Hooper sit down, he'd sit Indian style at the first down sticks with nobody around like this. First down. Unbelievable. Abner Duran, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Ab, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for your generosity, man. I really, truly do appreciate you. I think you were at this game. Were you not at this game? If you're not at this game, it's the next one. So I really appreciate you, Ab, man. Really do, truly do from the bottom of my heart. Writes, my man, Lou, glad I could catch you live since I don't know when. Hope you and your family are all great. Likewise, Ab. He says, well, it's tough. If it isn't players, it's coaching. Sometimes both. Now it's time to travel with a heavy rock on our back and face the mocking and laughs, but still here. It is, man. And, you know, that's the frustrating part is like, you know, and look, I told you, I got a pretty sturdy back. My shoulders are broad. I talk shit because I can take it. Like, a lot of Eagles fans coming for the jugular, and they should. And I'm not mad because had the roles been reversed, oh, I would have been on it. I told y'all what I was going to do. I was going to be petty. I was going to go after them with such aggression and vigor. So them coming at me in the same manner, I can't be mad. Can't be mad at that. But I am mad at our team for putting us in the position to have to endure that. I am mad at them for that. And so, Ab, I totally get it, man. It's so frustrating because a lot of times it is both. It is a combination of coaches not getting it done and the players not making the coaches right, despite the coaches not putting them in the best positions to succeed. We're not having this discussion about Scott Turner if Carson Wentz tucks the ball and runs for the touchdown from 2 yards out. We're not having this discussion. Somebody make the coach right. Make the coach right. Nobody did. So here we are. Thank you once again, Ab, for the super chat. Really do appreciate you. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wings 01 writes, crazy to think that the 5 QBs traded this offseason, Wentz is still the best, excluding Deshaun. It is crazy to think that. And that's what's so frustrating is we've had our opportunities, man. We got nobody to blame for our predicament but ourselves. We got nobody to blame. Let's see. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fat American writes, dang, chill, y'all. It's pesos, not US dollars. Dang, man, read. Hey, leave them alone, man. Leave them alone, man. He's right, though. It's pesos, but it's still a very generous donation, nonetheless. B Harris 757, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Once again, thank you, Ab, for the super chat and the generosity. B Harris writes, Carson played very well. If we win, he's the hero. We lost, and he's to blame. Blame Scott for calling the same plays back to back. He just flipped sides. Again, that was my narrative at the beginning, which was this is a shame because Carson played really well. This was the Carson we signed up for in this game. Carson, if you're making a list of the reasons we lost, Carson is way down the list. But he's on the list because he threw a pick on 3rd down when we still had a 4th down to go. So he has to share in some of the blame. Had we run it and it came up short, then you wouldn't blame Carson and we wouldn't be having a Carson discussion. But the interception, the cruel and brutal way in which he ended this game puts him squarely in the crosshairs. And he didn't deserve to be there after the performance he turned in. But again, you make the kind of the decision and play that you do at the end, and you don't get it done, you find yourself in that position. And unfortunately for Carson, who actually played well today, he finds himself in that unenviable position of being one of the scapegoats of the game. And I can't defend him because you didn't give us a chance on 4th down. Spence Kalis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, the rest of the NFC East got the memo. We didn't. Sad. And, you know, I knew that if I said, and I've said this before, if the Eagles got good play out of Jalen Hurts, they were going to take advantage of the schedule. I knew the Dallas Cowboys were going to take advantage of the schedule. And they've done it even without Dak Prescott. They've taken advantage of the schedule. I didn't expect the Giants to take advantage of their schedule, but even the Giants are taking advantage of the schedule. Unfortunately, We missed the memo, and we always do. We're always the last to know. Always the last to know. B Harris 757. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Terry was literally running a pick for the running back when the game was on the line. Russell Wilson Super Bowl play 2.0. You can't make this shit up. Hashtag coaching. Again, I don't want Terry running a pick for nobody on a play. I want Terry being the guy having the pick run for, so he can get the football. But again, that's our coaching staff. Using Terry as a decoy instead of saying Terry's a dog, let's get him the rock in that situation. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I missed you today, man. Good to hear from you. My guy Derek B, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, just finished the game on NFL Plus. Ron, bad halftime and clock management. He says 60 and 68 buns, 20 stopped playing, 11 was balling with no help from the run, 90 thumbs up plays and thumbs down plays every game. And you're going to get that from Montez. We got 2 offsides from him. One converted a third down into a first down. He should have been flagged for unsportsmanlike conduct, taking his helmet off after his second sack. He's got to know better than that. I know he was excited, but you got to keep your lid on. He got lucky that they didn't throw a flag. He should have been flagged for that. I would have been pissed off if I was a Titans fan and that shit happened, or if it happened to us that he didn't get a flag. So we got away with one there. But like you said, he played his ass off today, made some bonehead decisions, and got us in trouble a couple of times. But that's you take the good with the bad with Tez. Von Miller jumps offsides all the time. Like, it happens. Guys that try to get jumps, TJ Watt jumps offsides all the time. When you're an edge rusher and you're trying to get to the quarterback, you're gonna jump offsides sometimes. You just gotta take that sometimes. But if he's gonna play like he did today, I'll take the offsides. If you're gonna not get sacks, then I have a problem with the offsides. So he was getting eager because he knew he was gonna eat today. He was getting eager. But I don't have a problem with Ron's first half clock management because, again, I have a problem with him taking that timeout. Either you're gonna go for it or you're not gonna go for it. What are you calling a timeout for? Helping Tennessee? Either you're gonna let the clock run. Derrick Henry was tired. What you calling a timeout for? Like, let them call their timeouts. You don't help them. If you're not gonna try aggressively to get the football back, then what are you calling a timeout for? 20 definitely stopped playing on that deep ball. I mean, we can go in a number of different directions. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, living up to his name. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for the generosity as always, Big Money Sonny. You know what it is. It's all love. It's all love, Ab. Thank you for the super chats and the donations, guys. He writes, Lou, I have no words. When I first came on, I didn't do the spiel. I didn't say anything. Not dressed in all black like the Omen, took one on the chin, none of that. I didn't have any words initially. I was stunned. After the Terry, pass interference that put it down at the 2, there was no way in my mind we weren't winning this game. I was thinking about all the positive things I was going to say and how excited I was that the game turned out exactly the way that I thought it was going to turn out. And then to see that happen, we were better off just never getting down there. That shit hurt even worse. It hurt even worse. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. My guy, Big Money Sonny. Again, living up to his name. Really appreciate you, Big Money Sonny. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, man. Really do appreciate you and all that you do. Who writes, I'm upset, Lou, but in reality, let's keep the vibe going. You are absolutely correct. Ron is this close. I mean, we can say that about so many things, man. Is this close? Is this close? We can say a lot of things about different dudes. Oh, he was this close. Montez Sweat was this close to getting to Ryan Tannehill on this 60-yard bomb down the field to the receiver with 2 last names. I can't think of his last. Westbrook Akina. He was right. Dive, man, dive. And Ron is this close, but yet so far away from getting fired, from having his team be good. He's this close, but he's this far away. Thank you once again, Big Money Sonny, man. Truly, truly do appreciate you. Big Money Sonny. Sports Fan Entertainment, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Congratulations on your win, man. You guys earned it with that fourth, with those 3 stops down by the goal line. You tried to give it away, but you held on. And big ups to you, man. Big ups to you for the win. And you go into your bye week feeling good at 3-2. So after starting 0-2, you're now 3-2, 3 straight wins. Head into your bye week, lick your wounds a bit, come back a little bit healthier. You got to feel good about what you were able to do. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, once again, Big Money Sonny. Doing it up big. All right. Really do appreciate you, man. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Big Money Sonny, who writes, Lou, I'm hurt, brother. Hurt. This one hurt. At the very top of this show, I came on, I said, man, this shit hurt. This shit hurt. Like, I haven't hurt like this probably since, I want to say it was either the Lions game against the Matthew Stafford Lions game with the Chase Young personal foul and the 55-yard field goal to beat us at the gun, or the Giants game when we went for 2 and didn't get it and lost. This shit hurts though. Bad. Bad. Hurts a lot. Because you had a chance to go have a season if you won this game. There was time to turn this shit around. Sports Fan Entertainment. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Sports Fan Entertainment, who writes, I warned you, tighten up. Haha, but the game went how we knew it would. It just we just got the favor. Exactly. Exactly. We both predicted the same thing, you know, that 23-20 type of game down to the wire. And you guys tried to hand it to us, man. You guys did not want to win this game. But we didn't want to win the game more than you didn't want to win the game. And that's what it ultimately boiled down to, is you wanted to give it to us and we wanted to give it to you more. So you just finally broke down and said, okay, all right, we'll take it. Don't worry about it. So yeah, it is what it is. LT, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, 5-0 round table needed ASAP. Oh, you're going to get the round table eventually. You don't have to rush to the round table because you're undefeated. You'll get the round table. And whenever you get it, you're going to be the best team in the division, and we're still going to be the worst team in the division. So no need to rush. All right. We're going to stink regardless, and you're going to be good by the time we get there. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wings 01 writes, Parsons just sealed the deal, the win for Dallas with the strip sack. I'm calling it. He's Defensive Player of the Year this year. I said it would be TJ Watt last offseason. I'm confident. I think you're right. I mean, that kid's a stud. And he's everything that we were hoping Chase Young would be. And we're disappointed when we didn't see it last year. So when Chase Young comes back, we need him to give us those types of vibes that we got from him in his rookie season, because it would absolutely kill me to watch Michael Parsons tear up the league and know that we don't have one of those. When we spit the number 2 overall pick on one and thought we had one, and we don't. So I need Chase Young, and you know, you got to start asking yourself, is there even a reason to bring him back this season? You have to start asking yourself that if you're Ron Rivera and company, because you do have to start thinking about the future. And this season isn't it. And if you think this kid is what he is the future, then you got to make sure you do what's in the best interest of Chase Young. So, you know, if we get to a point where, because I didn't think he was coming back to like week 9. If we're 2-7 by week 9, or, you know, 2-6 or 1-8, what the hell are you bringing him back for? Just so he can get reps? No, just wait till next year and bring him back. So, yeah, Parsons is a stud, man. And I'm not shocked. I told you the Rams, there's something wrong there. There's something. Tampa Bay was up 21-0 in the fourth quarter and almost blew the lead to the Falcons. There's something wrong there. That's why I said the NFC. I wouldn't be shocked if Philadelphia went to the Super Bowl. It's so wide open in the NFC, it's not even funny. There's something wrong with the teams that we perceive to be the best in the conference, Tampa Bay, Rams, and Green Bay, they're all flawed. They're all off. Not shocked. B. Harris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. B. Harris, 757, writes, maybe Jason Wright can find the guy, Lou. That's not his job. His job is to handle the finances, the financial side, the business side. His job is nothing to do with football. So, no. Jason Wright isn't someone that enters into the conversation. Q is fresh. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, glad my Buckeyes are 6-0. Keeps me sane. I mean, that's cool, but you know just as well as I do, they ain't good enough to win no national championship or nothing like that. Even though this is the year I can see, because I don't think they could beat Georgia. I think they could beat Bama, though. I don't think they could beat Georgia. Aaron, JCB, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, where do we go from here, Lou? 16-year vet over here. There's nowhere to go but up. Unfortunately, there's also another option. You can stay down, and that's usually what we do. But you're 1-4. You're the worst team in football. Statistically speaking, you have the worst win percentage of any team in the league right now. So there's nowhere to go but up. But we could just stay on the ground. We could stay laying on the ground. We've been knocked to the canvas, and we could just not get up. We'll see what happens. Miss Perry, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, hit the like button, subscribe, and click the notification bell. Y'all heard the woman. If you haven't already done so, please hit the subscribe button for more great content. Turn on the notification bell so you don't miss a thing. Sports Fan Entertainment, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, MJ, writes, let's hear it. Big Jeff Simmons. That's my guy, man. MJ, that's my guy. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, 4 p.m. denial, 4:15 anger, 4:30 bargaining, 4:33 anger again, 5 p.m. depression, now acceptance and ambivalence. Why? That's the natural, progression of things. Everyone has a different stages of grief, and I'm pretty sure now that the Cowboys have won, the Eagles have won, it becomes anger again, because now it's 5-0, 4-1, 4-1, and then 1-4. So yeah, it just gets worse and worse as you watch those around you continue to find ways to get it done, and we continue to stack the L's. It gets harder and harder. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, pre-3 L's were worse because we didn't compete at times. Those other 3 losses sucked, but they were still losses nonetheless. This was a lesser opponent that you were capable of beating. It didn't feel like we were capable of beating Dallas last week. I thought they competed well last week. I thought the Eagles game, that was a non-compete game. We looked overmatched. We looked overwhelmed. We looked scared. We looked a lot of things, shell-shocked. And in the Lions game in the first half, again, much of the same. I can just copy and paste what I just said about the Eagles game. So this, much like the Lions game, this was an opponent that you felt like you should have been able to handle. And they were there for the taking. They were what I thought they were, and we let them off the hook. That's the problem that sucks. That's the part of this that sucks, is they were who I thought they were, and we let them off the hook. Red Wing 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, this week, Dallas beat the Rams, the Giants beat the Packers, and Philly beat the Cardinals. Can someone twist that knife in real deep? Because that would honestly be less painful than supporting this team. I've already said that this was going to be the year. I told you guys, as clear as I could say it, that this year had a chance to have 3 double-digit teams in the division. I was hoping we would be one of them. And I discounted the Giants. So I was assuming we were going to be one of them. But I said the schedule is going to be set up for teams in this. And this is with Dallas. I didn't expect Dallas to beat the Rams when the schedule came out. That wasn't one of the 11, 12 wins that I was counting for Dallas. I wasn't expecting them to beat Cincinnati at home. That wasn't one of the 11, 12 wins. They haven't even gotten to the part of the schedule that they're going to devour. The Jacksonvilles and the Detroits They haven't even gotten to that yet. They're playing the tough part of their schedule, and they've navigated it successfully with Cooper effing Rush. The Giants have taken advantage of Tennessee. They've taken advantage of Carolina. They've taken advantage of Chicago. You know what they're doing? They're building confidence. And you know what those 3 wins did? It put them in a position to go to London and beat Green Bay. When you win, you gain confidence. So that's why the Giants are 4-1, because it may be ugly and sloppy, but it's a win, and you continue to build off of that. And the Eagles are just doing what we feel like is one of the best rosters of football. They're just doing what we thought they could do if Jalen Hurts wasn't trash, and Jalen Hurts hasn't been trash. I'm not surprised. I told you that this division was going to have a great opportunity for this division to have 3 teams be really good, because the schedule is set up for it. Anytime your division winner from the year previous has the weakest schedule in football before the season starts, that tells you all you need to know. And it's not like, we know the NFL has parity. We know all of these things about the NFL, right? We know about the parity in the league and this, that, and anybody can be good and you don't know anything before the season starts. Look, we know the AFC South is going to suck as a division before the season starts. We know that. We're playing that division. And we know the NFC North isn't a great division. We know that as well. We know that as well. You know, Chicago and Detroit playing a division. That's all you need to know. Whether Minnesota is good this year or not, whether Green Bay is good, they usually are, doesn't matter. You know Chicago and Detroit are going to stink, and you know the entire AFC South is going to be beatable. So you looked around the division and you said, hey, why not us? And in the first 5 weeks, you've learned very quickly, why not us? Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you again. My guy, Big Money Sonny. Really do appreciate you, man. Salutes to my guy, Big Money Sonny. Big Money Sonny. You know what it is. Thank you for the super chat once again, man. Who writes? Thursday, Lou. Thursday. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm really not. I am not looking forward to Thursday. We're 1-4, man. We're 1-4. 1-4 versus 2-3. Not looking forward to that at all. But such is life. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, ref can call grounding if thrown into the stands. It was out of bounds. So you don't call grounding if you throw it into the stands. You not when you're inside the red zone. You can throw the ball out of the back of the end zone. You see quarterbacks do it all the time. You don't even have to be out of the pocket to do that. It's different in the red zone. He threw that ball up and it had a chance to get picked off. And so if you don't like what you see, you just throw it in the nearest direction of a receiver, or you throw it 2 rows into the stands. They're not going to call grounding. You can do that from the pocket in the red zone. Airmail it over a guy's head. You do it all the time when you mean to throw it to him. So why not do it now when you meaning to get rid of it? But don't throw it in harm's way when you got a whole nother down to go. That's crazy business. Red Wing 01, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, go see the Darnay Holmes clip going around after. I'll check it out. If it's as savage as you say it is, I'll check it out. It'll fall in my lap. Somebody will bring it to my doorstep. Aaron JCB, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I'm riding until we fire Dan, get solid ownership and staff. I like Ron. Everyone else can go. I'm riding for my team. We have talent. Staff can't utilize it. Well, if you like the team and the staff can't utilize it, Ron's a part of that. Ron brought those guys here. Somebody has to be held accountable. If Ron's not going to fire those guys, then he's a part of the problem. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. My guy, Big Money Sonny. Big Money Sonny. Once again, man, really, truly do appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for your generosity. Again, Big Money Sonny writes, Lou, again, I have no words, brother. I didn't when we first started. And, you know, I'm a hard guy to be at a loss of words. You know, I've seen a lot of losses. So they come in all shapes, sizes. This one hurt, though, because of what this season was supposed to be, or what I built it up to be. You know, I fell for the banana in the tailpipe. Good thing is I wasn't drunk, but I was sipping slow. But I stayed with something in my cup. And I was really disappointed to find out that, you know, the punch was spiked with some low level, I'm going to have a headache tomorrow type of liquor. You know, they put that Everclear in here. I could be in some trouble tomorrow. It tastes like juice. It doesn't even taste like anything. Yeah, you're going to pay for that tomorrow. Thank you for the super chat, Big Money Sonny, man. I really do appreciate you. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, not well, not nor well. Yeah, he was not well in this game, but he hasn't been well most of the season. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American, writes, Ron's plan. Need to get good linebackers, but won't. Could resign could resign good players, but I don't. There's a lot of bad things, but that fans are wishing. They're wishing on me. Yeah. Wishing and a wishing. Look at you trying to pull out a little something out of your bag. I see you there. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, if you hear me, if I hear you mention the schedule one more time, again, I'm trying to tell you, man, teams are taking advantage of it, the schedule. You can say what you want. We're not. Call a spade a spade. And I get it. It's frustrating, but the schedule is a real thing. Okay? If the Giants would have started off with tougher competition, if the Giants didn't start off with Tennessee and Chicago and Carolina, do you really think they're 4-1 right now? That allowed them to build the confidence. If Green Bay was their first opponent of the season, followed by Baltimore, who they play next week, and then they played, let's say, Tennessee in week 3. Do you really think the Giants start the season off 3-0 or 2-0? No, it's the schedule. Now, they took advantage of the schedule. We didn't. And now they're playing confident ball because they were able to stack wins. You can ignore the schedule all you want. The schedule matters. The schedule matters. It does. So, if you're good, you're good. Then the schedule doesn't matter regardless. But for a garbage team, for a team with less talent, for a team that's like the Giants who were just trying to figure some shit out with a new coach, no salary cap space, you need the schedule to be in your favor. For the Eagles, it probably didn't matter what the schedule was. They were going to win ball games because they got a really good roster and their quarterback didn't play as poorly as I thought that he was. So they're probably going to win games anyway. They got one of the best rosters in football. Cowboys are going to win games because, again, the Cowboys, you say what you want about the Cowboys. They struggle in the postseason, but regular season Dallas is always good. And I'm shocked because normally the one time they're not good in the regular season is usually when Dak Prescott's hurt. He's been hurt and they haven't missed a beat. As a matter of fact, the one game they lost this season, he played in it. Anyway, I digress. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fat American writes, Norwell is not good nor well at football. That's what I was looking for from you the first time. I don't know what the hell that was the last time. That's the one I was looking for from you. That's the one we got in the MOBB. Will Morales, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Will writes, this loss today revealed this staff is inept. They have that loser's look on the sidelines. Wentz's problem is between the ears. It's howl time. Again, didn't say anything wrong there, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Off to another world. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Off to another world. Writes, sometimes the narrative is real. I sat next to an Eagles fan, and he just looked at me with that see what I mean look. And Colts fans said it wasn't the amount of picks Wentz threw last year. It was when he threw them. Point taken. I feel this one, right? I feel this one. The man again, he shouldn't have been put in that predicament. I put that on but again, even once you're being put in that position, you've got to be better than throwing a pick. You got to be better. And he just doesn't process things in the way that you need your quarterback to process them. And so, yeah, that fan probably he didn't have to say a word. You knew exactly what he was saying with just the look he gave you. Wilfredo Elias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, it would be so Washington that when we finally elevate a young coordinator to head coach, it's Scott Turner, LOL. We're always getting in our own way, LOL. That's not going to happen, but that would be so Washington. You're right. All these brilliant guys that have left through this building and ended up going somewhere else and being successful, the one guy that we're like, get him away from here because he doesn't get it. That's the guy that would end up being, the next head coach. But he's not going to be the next head coach. I don't think we have to worry about that. Because when Ron goes, he's going to be gone too. Mr. HTTR, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. HTTR writes, fan since 86. Only person who hurt my feelings hopping out of the car was my pops. Really, pops? Here till the wheels fall off. We're going 10-7. I got that 2012 energy. It ain't over till it is. Hashtag HTTC. I love your enthusiasm. I truly do. I don't have that 2012 energy. First of all, I didn't have that 2012 energy in 2012. I didn't have that 2020 energy in 2020. I never, when those 4-game win streaks come, I never see them coming. It was 7 in 2012. It was 4 in 2020. It was 4 last year. We didn't see it in either year coming. This year, I kind of see it coming because that's his move. But at this point, I'm like, because I think it's coming, it probably isn't coming this year. That's probably the irony of it is now I didn't see it coming in 2020. Even after it happened in 2020, I didn't see the shit happening last year. And it happened this year because I think it's coming because it's happened the previous 2 years. That probably means it's never coming. Let's see. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Derek B writes, running backs 28 yards, Wentz with 374 was the only offense. He was. And that's not why he was brought here to be the savior on a week in, week out basis. He had 39 pass attempts today. Every game this season, he's had over 40 or damn near 40 pass attempts. That couldn't have been the idea that they had in their minds when they went out and traded for Carson Wentz. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, 5-4 week 10 would be in Philly Monday night with Carson. You ain't hear that from me. Tony P56, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, I love watching 31 teams play football every Sunday. Except the one team that you actually root for. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, 4 hours of therapy and I still feel like crying. Why? Because that one hurt. That's why. That one hurt. That one hit different. Because anytime you realize your season is over, that loss always hits different. That's why that loss to the Giants in 2020, the second one, not the first one, the second one, that one felt like the season was over when it happened. I remember after the first one, I thought the season was over. I pronounced the season dead because I think that one was – I think it was the second one. I pronounced the season dead after that one, and it hurt, because you're realizing that the whole offseason, everything you built the season up to be is over before it really even got started. That's how I feel now. That's why this one hurts so bad. Tony P, 56, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, experiencing Kirk Cousins panic attacks again. Oh, that was a thing for you? apparently. Wow. Okay. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Michael White. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, damn, Lou, fandom is a crazy thing. I took a break being pissed off at Commanders to watch the Mets. Now I need to take a break from the Mets being pissed off at the Commanders again. LOL. You got to have somewhere to turn, man. You got to have somewhere to turn. You know, you can't just keep turning around and getting slapped in the face, man. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, can we request a bye week change? I need time to heal. Well, you're going to get a pseudo bye next week. So that'll be your time to yourself. You don't get to move around bye weeks, but you do get that week 6 Thursday night game, which acts as a pseudo bye. So that you're going to have to take that. That's the best that they can do for you. Timothy Teeler, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, love your content. I'm just speechless right now. Get in line, man. Get in line, Timothy. We all are. Timothy Teeler, thank you for the super chat. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Timothy Teeler, who writes, culture has to change or same results happen, bro. And that's the crazy part is culture has changed to a degree. It's just the product on the field has not. It has not. And so if you're talking about from a winning culture perspective, winning mentality, that hasn't changed. We're still the same losers that we've been since Ron got here. We're on pace for that same 7-10 season that he's been known for. And this doesn't look any different than the first 2 years. 1-5 year 1, 2-6 year 2. You end up 7-10, 7-9 the first year, 7-10 the second year. We're on pace for the same shit, that's also frustrating because you're not going to end up with a QB if you do that. Timothy Teeler, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, love donating to you. This has to end someday, man. It will. It will. I appreciate you, though, Timothy, man. Thank you for the support. MG, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. MG writes, can't lie and say I don't feel bad for commies. There's still a chance, though. It's literally one player holding you back. Can be traded for top talent. And there's no way that this is a one-player thing in Washington. There's a lot of fundamental issues in the nation's capital. None bigger than the owner, but if you're talking on the field, we've got some players, man. We're not void of talent. We just don't have enough of it, and we definitely don't have the coaching to overcome some of the lapses that we have on the roster. So, there's a little bit of that as well. Metaphor, your coaching is supposed to fill in the gaps. Yeah, every team has holes and deficiencies, but it's your job to minimize the weaknesses and accentuate the strengths. And we don't seem to do that very well here in Washington. Metaphor writes, don't go wild about big money. It's just rubles. Hey, big money is my guy, man. I'm a definitely go hard for my guy, Big Money, Sonny. I appreciate you as always. And I got somebody calling the hotline over here, frustrated, man. I ain't even trying to talk to them right now. The great Watubi, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, Scooby-Doo episode, pull off the mask, pull off Ron, and there is Jay Gruden. You sure about that? Because if Jay was here, we wouldn't have problems scoring like that in the red zone, man. I don't know about that. Protect Sports Network, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Tones, thank you for the super chat. Writes, F this goofy team. Son, bro, why we love you, bro. Hey, look, this team goofy as hell, man. They really, truly are, in every sense of the word. And, I'm goofy as hell for thinking that they were going to be anything but goofy. So I deserve everything that's coming my way, and I know I got a lot of shit coming my way, and I'm ready to take it right on the chin. I got nothing. What am I gonna say? This is why I don't bet on my team. This is why I usually don't make bold statements about this team, because this is the shit that they do, and I know that, which is why I don't. But I did this year because I thought somehow, some way, this year could be different, and they did it in Washington fashion. By pulling my pants down and pointing at me and laughing. And all I can say is, man, it was cold outside. Hunter Hodovic, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Hunter Hodovic writes, dang, T, didn't realize you were still going. I swear, man, you're the only reason I'm sticking to this team. Might as well call them the Louie Tees. I appreciate that, man. We all here for each other, man. It's tough, bro. It really is. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, same formation, same play, 3 times, nobody open. What the F? Again, that's Scott Turner for you. That to me, that epitomizes Scott Turner right there. You know, he just infuriates me. And I trust you. I trust everybody that said Carson could have run on the first and second down attempts. I trust everybody that says somebody else said all he did was flip sides on the formation, but it's the same damn play. I trust y'all. I believe you guys are telling me the truth. I'm not shocked, though. It's Scott Turner. None of you should be shocked by this. Darnell Kelly, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I gave them 4 different plays they could have run. 4 different opportunities that they could have taken. Darnell Kelly, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Hits Blunt, we got 10-game win streak, okay? Got gas. All right. Well, that's got to start on Thursday then. That's the only good thing about playing on Thursday is we don't have a long time to – if we would have won, we wouldn't have had a lot of time to celebrate. We lost. We don't have a lot of time to lament. Got to turn around and do this again on Thursday. I don't think there were any major injuries so far. We'll find out. But turn around, try to find a way to get a win against the Bears. I don't really like us in that game, to be honest. But we'll see. Shadow Striker, I think Justin Fields is going to run all over us. Personally, that's my opinion. All right. He's the first quarterback that we've played this season that's going to make a conscious effort to try to run on us. We've bottled up quarterbacks that were mobile. Tannehill tried that shit today, almost got his lid peeled back, cap peeled back. Hurts wasn't able to run, really wasn't looking to run, didn't really need to run, but when he tried to, we shut that shit down. Same with Trevor Lawrence. But I think this is going to be the first week where somebody's going to really put their foot in our ass with the run game, with the legs. We'll see. Shadow Striker 789. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, already stressing about this calculus exam tomorrow morning. After watching today, I damn near might break down in the middle of it. Can't do this anymore. That's rough, man. It's rough. It's rough, man. You're going to do fine on that exam, man. You just focus, all right? I know it's hard. Just focus, man. Don't let this team drag your personal life down, though, okay? Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. OG, triple OG, my guy Chauncey Davis writes, Lou, Chauncey, no one wants this Washington job, head coach. I think you're right. And in order to entice someone to come here to ignore the noise surrounding the franchise, you need a quarterback, and we don't have that either. So I don't think anybody would necessarily want this job. I just truly think this is a job that I say every time I say that, Dan pulls a rabbit out of his hat. So I didn't think he would be able to get Ron Rivera. I didn't think he would be able to get Mike Shanahan. I didn't think he would be able to get Joe Gibbs. So every time I think this thing is dead. But we usually, in order to get one of those guys, we usually got to go through a lame-ass coach like a Jim Zorn or a Jay Gruden before you get to, another one of those dudes. So after Ron, it's probably got to be somebody trash, and then you get a guy out of nowhere that you weren't expecting. But it's just the same cycle over and over again. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Derek B writes, there's only one thing that can save us, Lou. I've already said what I think the one thing is. I'd love to hear what you said, what you think it is. But that's the last super chat. The only thing that can save us, and I said this earlier in the stream, is a generational quarterback. A Joe Burrow, a Justin Fields, or a Justin Herbert, excuse me, a Patrick Mahomes, Andrew Luck. Those are the kind of guys that turn around franchises. If you're going to have a terrible organization, the only thing that can overcome all of that foolishness is a quarterback that can't miss. And obviously, we haven't been able to do that here in Washington for the better part of 4 or 5 decades. So, yeah. Anyway, I digress. That's going to do it for me, your man Louie T here on the Command Post Game Show. I really appreciate y'all allowing me to get this off my chest and just having this be a therapy session for all of us. We needed it. This one was tough, man. This one was as brutal as it gets. But I can't do it. So Metaphor writes, give the job to LTN. Lou, head coach, I'll take OC. Who else? Look, man, we stuck with Ron. What are you going to do? It is what it is. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. You got me at my most vulnerable moment. How could you, Luck? Oh, no. Oh, you a dirty bastard for that, Luck. I would never. In my lowest moments, I would never. You are a low down, dirty, nasty, stinking son of a bitch. But you got me. I got to give you credit. You got me. Oh, you got me. You got me good. Oh, man. Abner Duran, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Abner, who writes, I'm going to Chicago, Lou. Hope my flag and return to Mexico City with another dub as the inaugural game. I knew you were going to one of the two games. I saw your post on Twitter. I didn't know if it was this one or the next one, but you're going to Chicago. And I trust that you'll bring back the dub. You did it the last time. You haven't let me down. You're one of the few that haven't let me down yet. So let's see if you can make it 2-0. Really do appreciate you. Derek B or Luck or whoever the hell this is. Derek B writes, never, huh? All caps. You got me. And you got me because Derek B is a member and the member little logo didn't show up. There was a lot of things. But again, I was on the way out. You caught me on the way out. And you caught me at a low moment. I wasn't thinking about it. You real dirty. You a dirty ass mother effer. I tell you, boy. Anyway, you got me good. On that note, I'm getting the hell out of here, man. Y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll be back for Sunday Night Football. Do this all over again. Ravens, Bengals, and I'll see you for the conclusion of that. And I'll see you for Washington Commanders Nightly News tomorrow if you're a Washington fan. Until then, you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. God bless and good night.